Good morning, Levin.
Good morning, Dan. Good to see you there.
Likewise, everything's okay?
Everything is great. We're starting in 2 minutes. We're already live on YouTube. So we're very much looking forward to hearing from you and from everyone else.
Great.
Like the shutdown testing, all of that. Okay.
Crime is a big problem. In Europe, 75 million people become the victim of a serious crime every year. Victim Support Europe is a non-profit organization that works with national support organizations to implement and expand these rights. We act to give victims a voice in Europe, so their needs are not ignored. Our members accompany victims in police stations and courts. They help with insurance claims, funeral arrangements, and making appointments. They provide emotional support, shelter and protection, and much more to help victims feel safe again. Victims need our help, and we need yours. So please visit our website to learn how you can help, learn about victims' rights, and join us to build a brighter and better future for victims of crime in Europe.
Good morning, everyone. Dear conference guests, pleasure and honor to welcome you here in my capacity of President of Victim Support Europe, to welcome you at our very first ever online annual conference, 2020, dedicated this time to fostering dialogue on and victim support. A diverse group of experts are here today, online, with a single shared goal: improve service provided to crime victims using technology. The participants represent victim support service, victim support providers, victims advocates, funders, technologists, and researchers. The speakers will share with us best practice as well as identify a set of challenge and gray areas that will require further research in the future. But in general, it's clear the approach will help resolve many of the issues faced by crime organizations that serve them. Good story to tell about technologies for social good in Europe. In February this year, the European Commission has published its digital strategy that it's expected to shape Europe's digital future. The strategy sets out how it intends to position Europe as a leader in the digital world with respect to data, specific key objectives relating to digital technologies over the next 5 years. To summarize, the new policies and frameworks to come are expected to enable Europe to deploy cutting-edge digital technologies and strengthen its cybersecurity capacities. However, strict European Union rules on the protection of consumers, the unfair commercial practice, and personal privacy continue to be key agenda for the Union. The main tech players focus on acquiring more and more personal and other valuable data. They're mindful of how these tech giants might hinder its cyber strategy, may implement stricter regulations and recommendations aimed against these companies and other actors in the digital and internet economy. Conference program will highlight examples of technology collaborations between tech companies and victim-serving organizations to increase access to assistance for victims of sexual and domestic violence, victims of online abuse, financial exploitation, and other victimizations. Panelists will share how these victim-centered tech innovations were formed, what challenges were overcome to ensure victim privacy and privilege, and what we are learning from them, and how to stay abreast of developments in this area. Overall, today's message is that high tech is a huge opportunity for victim support. We do have a lot. We have to unleash the potential that is out there. We want this innovation in our field. We want to encourage our business, our researchers, the innovators, the entrepreneurs to develop intelligence, virtual reality, software, and hardware for social good. And we want to encourage victims and their support communities to feel confident to use high tech. Basically, we do have all which we need, but we have to unleash this potential. Now, I want to give the Mrs. Katarzyna Janicka-Pawłowska, European Commission's Coordinator for Victims' Rights. It's our pleasure to have you, Kasia, open our conference. Thank you. Obrigado. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, João. I hope that you can hear me and you can see me. Please confirm. Yes? Okay, good. Thank you. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. Dear conference guests, it is a great honor and a great pleasure for me to open this first Victim Support Europe online conference as the first European Commission coordinator for victims' rights. A digital transformation is here. It is happening at this very moment as I speak. And it is happening much faster than any of us would have expected even several months ago. The COVID-19 pandemic has moved our lives online. The criminality has unfortunately followed. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have observed an alarming increase of online criminality, including child sexual abuse, online fraud, and online hate. We have observed a multitude of malicious attacks on our systems, stealing our personal data and disturbing our security. We are all fully aware of that. But this is only one side of the digitalization coin. Moving to a digital era also means opportunities. And this is what I will focus on this morning. These are opportunities for faster, more efficient criminal proceedings, and thus for better access for justice for victims. These are opportunities for new forms of victim support and protection. These are new ways of crime prevention and new ways of healing in the aftermath of crime. Digitalization and new technologies bring this incredible potential that we must tap on. President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, already in 2019, in her political guidelines, stressed the importance of a Europe fit for digital age. She spoke about Europe that strives for more by grasping the opportunities from digital age within safe and ethical boundaries. In November 2020, these words are more valid than ever. Digitalization of justice systems is one of the Commission top priorities. Strengthening victims' rights is another Commission top priority. So now let's see how the two work together. I will now present different victims' rights under the Victims' Rights Directive, and I will explore how these rights can be strengthened to benefit from a digital transformation. First, I will speak about victims' access to justice, including victims' access to information, victims' participation in criminal proceedings, and rights of victims in cross-border cases. Secondly, I will look into victims' rights to support. And finally, I will look at victims' rights to protection. Starting from victims' access to justice, including access to information about the case and the right to participate in criminal proceedings. Today, paper exchanges and the need to be physically present at the police and in court hamper effective access to justice. Victims of crime are often discouraged from reporting crime because criminal proceedings take forever. Victims' access to information about the case is often difficult. Currently, only few member states allow for victims' access to evidence in their case by digital means. Access to e-evidence is also difficult. Participation in criminal proceedings requires traveling to the court. It takes time. It is costly. For victims of crime in cross-border cases, it's even more difficult to participate in the proceedings. So digital technologies have the potential to solve, to a certain extent, of course, these problems and make justice system more accessible and more efficient for victims. And that is why the Commission is working on a communication on digitalization of justice. The objective of this initiative is to provide a toolbox of measures that would boost digitalization in justice systems across the European Union. Such tools could include legislation, funding, and information technology. In summer this year, the Commission has published a roadmap for the adoption of such a communication on digitalization and is currently assessing the best way forward. Secondly, victims' rights to support, including general and specialized support, can largely benefit from digitalization. In June, the Commission adopted its first ever EU strategy on victims' rights. The strategy aims at ensuring that all victims of all crime can rely on their rights no matter where in the EU and no matter in what circumstances the crime takes place. The strategy pays a particular attention to the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. It states that the Commission and Member States must draw lessons from the COVID-19. So what are these lessons? These lessons include online support services for crime victims. And in this regard, I would just give one example of such online supports, which in my view, really show good direction. These are hotlines and helplines for victims of online child sexual abuse. And the Commission is largely promoting this initiative under Internet for Kids. Finally, victims' rights to protection can be strengthened in the context of digitalization. Under the victims' rights strategy, the Commission will assess physical protection of victims. So far, the physical protection of victims is largely left to national rules, and we know that often such protection is not efficient. The ongoing digitalization brings new opportunities here. It includes the aspects such as geolocation of victims of violence, all kinds of applications that involve panic buttons, or hidden applications in telephones to protect the victims of domestic violence. So the technology is there. We just need to assess how to use it best to ensure better victims' physical protection. Under the victims' rights strategy, the Commission will assess the existing rules on victims' rights. We will check whether the rules that were adopted in 2012 are fit for purpose. We will look for gaps, and if necessary, we may propose legislative changes. In all this process, we will keep in mind the lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic. We also do our best to ensure that EU victims' rights are fit for the digital era. That is why I really would like to thank Victim Support Europe for bringing on this extremely relevant and timely topic as the subject of this year's annual conference. I'm looking forward to many inspiring presentations showing what is possible and when victims' rights meet new technologies. So thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Thank you to Mrs. Katarzyna Janicka-Pawlowska. I think it's a wonderful start to this conference. The European Commission has an extremely exciting agenda. They've certainly been keeping us busy in the last months with the many consultations, which is an important reflection of how the European Commission sees this as a joint agenda, one that we have to work on together. So we're very much looking forward to working with them to achieve this change for victims. And I want to give a personal thanks to Kasia, who is the European Commission's first ever coordinator for victims' rights. And she's been a constant supporter of victims and Victim Support Europe. And really, we do look forward to continuing our cooperation to transform the way victims are treated. So thank you to Kasia. And now, good morning to everyone. Welcome to Victim Support Europe's first ever online annual conference, Bridging High-Tech and Victim Support Services. I'm Levent Alton, VSE's Executive Director, and it's my great pleasure to be the moderator for this year's conference. We have around 300 participants, and we also have many more watching live stream on both YouTube and Facebook. So we hope to have a great success with that. Everything that's recorded today, apart from the side events, will be available afterwards. So there's always more opportunities to follow back through that. And so this event is our hope that you will discover new ways of working better for victims. We hope you'll be inspired to act in your countries where every year somewhere in the region of 15% or more of our citizens suffer serious crime. And transforming our response to crime in a way that is supportive of victim and helps victims in their recovery is everyone's job. In many countries, it's a legal obligation, certainly in the European Union. And irrespective of the law, it is a social and moral necessity which strengthens our communities and our economies. And that is something that's absolutely essential in these times of crisis and in these times of economic recession as well. So today's program, we have 7 thematic sessions, and they show how individuals and organizations across multiple sectors, from support organizations to the private sector, police, judiciary, and health services, are developing technologies to improve the way that we work and support victims. We've tried to make the program dynamic and seamless between live and recorded presentations. And we also encourage all of you to comment in the chat. Thanks, speakers. It's somewhat lonely out there when you're speaking. You don't have the audience in front of you, so please feel free to thank them in the chat area. But also please inform us of the practices that you know about, the publications and websites. The speakers are going to remain available to us during the day to answer your questions, and at the end of the conference, we'll also have a question and answer session where a number of them will be present live. So think of this as your conference. It is virtual, but we can still come together in the chat areas. We can still share our knowledge and have exchanges. Of course, please, just a reminder for everyone who's commenting or speaking, let's be respectful in that chat area. Everyone can have their different opinions, but we can also do that in a respectful way. So before we move on to the first session, I just want to thank all of those who have supported us and who have also provided donations. We are a charity which is reliant on this support to continue our work, and normally we would have a large conference in a conference area and we'd have registration fees and everything else, and it's an important aspect of our fundraising. So we are helping change the way victims are treated around Europe and the world, and we're also connecting victims to support organizations wherever they need it to ensure that no victim is forgotten or left voiceless. So your support helps us to continue that fight. And if you are interested in donating and helping our many innovative projects, please follow the donate link, which is shared in the conference chat area and also on our website. Thank you for your support. So now, without further ado, I have the absolute honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Marco Pancini. Marco was appointed Director of Public Policy for Europe, Middle East and Africa, Europe and Africa for YouTube in 2018. And he started his professional career as part of the startup project iBazaar, which was the first online auction website in Europe. He subsequently joined eBay when it took over iBazaar, and he became their head of legal and trust and safety at eBay Italy from 2002 to 2007. And prior to his current role, Marco led Google's EU Commission and Council team in Brussels as their Director for Public Policy and Government Relations, and is a former European Policy Council in charge of government relations for Google in Italy, representing them in many important international meetings, such as the Internet Governance Forum of the United Nations. Marco will reflect on YouTube's responses to a changing online environment as he sets out YouTube's approach to responsibility. Marco, the floor is yours.
I'd like to thank Victim Support Europe for the opportunity to join your event today. My name is Marco Pancini and I lead the YouTube public policy work in Europe, Middle East and Africa. I have over a decade of experience in online safety issues and I'm centrally involved in our work to keep users safe every day. Today I will focus on YouTube efforts and outline improvements we have made to address harmful content on our platform. I will also highlight opportunities for greater collaboration among companies, government and civil society to tackle this challenge. YouTube is an open platform where anyone can upload a video and share it with the world. The platform's openness has helped foster economic opportunity, community, learning and much more. Today, millions of creators around the world have connected with global audiences and many of them have built thriving businesses in the process. At the same time, YouTube has always had strict community guidelines that makes clear what is and what is not allowed on the platform. We design and update our systems and policies to meet the changing needs of both our users and society. Today, videos that violate those policies generate a fraction of 1% of total views on YouTube, and we are always working to decrease that number. In fact, over the last 18 months, we have reduced the number of views of videos that are later removed for violating our policies by 80%. Our approach towards responsibility involves 4-letter R. We remove content that violates our policy as quickly as possible. We raise up authoritative voices when people are looking for news and information, especially during breaking news moments. We reduce the spread of borderline content and harmful misinformation. And finally, we set a higher bar for what channels can make money on our site by rewarding trusted, eligible creators. We recognize that to be responsible actors, we need to have a comprehensive approach, an appropriate system in place to adequately deal with harmful content on the platform. Deciding when to remove content from YouTube is one of the hardest and most important areas for us. As I mentioned at the beginning, YouTube is a platform which believes in access to information, but it's not anything goes. We have developed robust community guidelines that sets the rules of the road for what we don't allow. Our policies include the prohibition on hate speech, incitement to violence, terrorist recruitment videos, and child endangerment. These policies apply to all types of content such as videos and comments. We made more than 30 updates to our policies in the last year alone, and we are constantly evolving them based on the feedback from experts and trends we see on the platform. For instance, we strengthened our hate speech policy by specifically prohibiting videos alleging that a group is superior in order to justify discrimination, segregation, or exclusion based on qualities like age, gender, race, caste, religion, sexual orientation, or veteran status. This would include, for example, videos that promote or glorify Nazi ideology, which is inherently discriminatory. Finally, we will remove content denying the well-documented violent events like the Holocaust. This update resulted in 5 times increase in video and channel removals. We also updated our harassment policy, taking in a harder line on offensive language and stricter stance against threats. The way we enforce our policy at scale is by using a combination of people and machines, and our strategies continuously evolve. Within the last 2 years especially, advances in machine learning technology have really helped us to stay one step ahead of bad actors. Machines are useful for flagging content for review at scale, whereas people can understand context necessary to make nuanced decisions. This combination, operating at scale, helps us remove millions of violative videos before they are ever viewed. We aim to be as open and transparent as possible about the work we are doing in this area. That is why we began releasing our quarterly Community Guidelines Enforcement Report, which gives some insight into the volume of flags and action we take on content that violates our policies and the impact that technology has in aiding that enforcement. You can see that in the last quarter, we removed over 11 million of videos for violating our policies. Our combination of people and machines is allowing us to get a lot of this content before users have a chance to engage with it. In conclusion, we strongly believe that addressing harmful content online is a shared responsibility, which is why we are so committed to convenings and collaboration like this. We are committed to doing our part, and we look forward to working with each of you in the future.
Thank you, Marco. I think thank you for opening the conference and the next sessions. I think it shows the challenging environment in which we're operating online and the fast-paced movement of those changes. There's so much to do, and it's great to see how YouTube and other platforms are doing already a lot. We know that there's so much more to do, and we greatly appreciate the fact that these organizations are coming together and working with civil society to make those changes. And we also hope as we move forward that the work will not only focus on how to remove this content and create a safe environment, but also from our perspectives, how we can ensure that victims themselves are able to access the support that they need after those events happen. So thank you to Marco for that introduction. So as an organization that works every day to improve the situation of all victims, all survivors of crime, it's incredibly important to us to hear their voices directly. And their stories inform, they warn, they inspire much more. Amongst the most powerful stories are those of triumph over adversity, touched by the trauma of crime, yet emerging stronger and determined to fight for others, to help them overcome their suffering, help them move forward and thrive. And that's why I have the absolute pleasure to introduce a wonderful, passionate, powerful woman, Sandy Mabar, whose story reminds us that to be a victim of crime should not be a label of weakness, but one of strength and triumph against all odds. I'll let Sandy tell her story, but in short, she comes from one of the toughest parts of Copenhagen, where crime was a daily part of life. And with that backdrop and her own personal hardships, she has set up multiple charities, such as the Danish Social Legal Aid Fund, to help the most vulnerable in society. And not satisfied with those, she continues to set up new charities, such as in Morocco, all the while being the president of the European Consumer Debt Network. And she has produced a wonderful presentation, which you'll hear now, which is a combination of both a voiceover, but also it gives you the opportunity to read much about what she has achieved in her life. So Sandy, the floor is yours. Thank you.
because you're a man, you maybe find this funny, but as a woman, I felt so violated. I felt so scared. He kept on saying he was police. He showed me his handcuffs. I didn't know if he was going to arrest me. I didn't know if I really didn't know what was going to happen. I need you to understand it is not okay. Hi, Lev, this is Sandy. I know you're not my cross-border shrink, but fuck, I keep on asking myself, why is it I keep on doing this? I was at the police station yesterday for help with resident card, etc., and it was more about being sexual assaulted. At one point, I had to take one of the police guy's hand and slap it as he was a kid and saying, please stop. You are a policeman. We are in police station. I'm here to get help. Please, come on. I don't know what the fuck is wrong. And if you've seen my dress, I swear I was looking Moroccan.
That was Sandy's story. I think Sandy's here now. Would you like to add a few words, Sandy? You're just on mute. Sandy, you're just on mute. There we go.
Hi. Hi, everyone, and thank you for reading my story. I must say it was hard to see it again, but I hope what you learned from it is that when we as victims are out in the world, it is so important that we actually can get access from help, because what this has taught me is that even I thought I was so strong, but this thing have just shown me about fear and about hopelessness and helplessness. And I hope that my story can inspire that we who has the knowledge and the power to make a difference, that we actually do it. And we listen to stories like this. And I hope I also showed that I, as a private person, in frustration, created so many tools out of my own pocket, because I saw this is what we need. And there is no doubt I cannot live this assignment alone. I need the support of everyone, and I hope that this is a tool, for example, this app we have made for victims in Europe, that it's something that could benefit around, yeah, even the world. So thank you for listening to my story. I have a lot to say, but I will say my heart right now is dudung, dudung. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for the courage to speak. I think it is so important for all of us to hear from people like you, and for you to have the courage to speak and talk about your experiences in such an open and honest way is really meaningful. I think it helps achieve change. I know we've spoken many times, and it continues to inspire me, the work you've done, and also to put me to shame how much you do. It feels that I don't do enough, so it does inspire me to do even more. So thank you so much for speaking today, and also being available to answer questions in the chat area if people do have any. I will now move forward. I think it's a very good connection to our next session. Some of the things that Sandy and, let's face it, victims across Europe and the world face is the lack of accessible support and the lack of help when they need it most. And therefore, it's wonderful to be able to move on now to our next session, which is about technologies on the front line of victim support. And I have the great pleasure to welcome Frederico Moyano Marques from the Portuguese Association for Victim Support, that we know as APAV. And Frederico is an absolute gentleman who hasn't failed to teach me something new in every conversation I've had with him over the many years that we've known each other. He's a lawyer, he's a senior advisor and chief operations officer at APAV, as well as the technical manager of multiple European projects covering information rights, online identity theft, and restorative justice. And that's how NGOs deliver more for less. You just need a Frederico to hold 3 positions. Frederico is going to share with us the latest technologies that they use in APAV to make sure that victims really get the quality support that they need. Frederico, the floor is yours.
Good morning, all. Lev, thank you so much for your kind words. And let me also thank Victim Support Europe for this invitation. It's really an honor and a pleasure to have this opportunity. And let me also congratulate you for putting together this fantastic program in such difficult times. I was asked to address the topic of delivering information to victims of crime as a dimension, as a component of providing support. What strategies a medium-sized victim support organization such as APAV has, and what role can new technologies play? And I won't elaborate on how important information is, or on how that lack of information is a prime source of dissatisfaction for victims of crime. Recent international reports stress this fact and show that the main problem is not information not being provided, but how it is provided, as it is not guaranteed that victims fully understand that information and therefore are able to make good use of it. For example, the 2019 report from the Fundamental Rights Agency mentions that for 2/3 of the victims surveyed, the information is difficult to understand, either because the language used is complex, or even because in many cases is delivered in a language that they don't fully understand. So it's probably time to change the focus from the duty to inform to the need to communicate, in the sense of delivering information in a manner that that particular person can understand it, plus checking if that information was effectively apprehended. But I believe that before we focus on the way we communicate, we have to think about selecting the information we want to deliver. There is a lot of information that victims of crime should have access to. Information on all rights, plus information on criminal proceedings, plus information on support services available is massive, and in some ways is complex. So we have to acknowledge that it is impossible for someone who has been victim of a crime to retain everything that may be important to him or her. But one thing is information that may be important, generally speaking, and a different thing is being important in that specific case. If, for example, the victim did not have any objects seized during the investigation, he or she might not need to be informed of the rights to the return of property. And this is an aspect that is sometimes overlooked. We are so concerned with ensuring that the victim receives all the information to which he or she is entitled that we don't even think that at any given moment, not all information is relevant, but the attempt to transmit it in full may be counterproductive. On the other hand, the smaller and more synthesized information is, the greater the probability of effective understanding by the victim. Consequently, the first concern should be selection. What is really important and necessary for the victim at that moment? Then yes, we should focus on the quality of communication, and communicating clearly requires more effort than merely delivering information. But on the other hand, as we have previously selected the information we want to transmit, we have already made our work easier. So it's all about moving from the abstract to the concrete in the sense of an increasingly greater customization on two levels: in the choice of information to transmit, adjusted to that particular situation, and when choosing how to communicate. And the choice of how to communicate is not just about choosing the right language, the right words. It also has to do, for example, with the use of other available possibilities. Does that particular victim need, for example, an intermediary, someone who helps him or her to decode the information? Does that particular victim have some kind of specific need in terms of communication, which implies the complementary use of other instruments, such as a website suitable for use by the blind or adapted for the deaf, or a brochure created for children, or leaflets in other languages for foreigners, for example? Whoever provides information must have this flexibility, which allows them to do it in a tailor-made way, both in form and content. And in terms of flexibility, support services have two significant advantages on their side when compared to the justice system. In terms of language, we are not stuck to legal talk. We can decode and simplify while not neglecting accuracy. And in terms of availability, we are more open, usually more open to communicate with the victim. We have more time either at the initial moment or at several subsequent moments, as well as availability to respond to requests for information by that person. But if we have these advantages, we also have difficulties that are hard to overcome. Firstly, because the percentage of victims covered by us is low in most of our countries. Secondly, because we may not be properly prepared to provide customized information to different types of victims of dozens of different crimes. And finally, because we do not always have information about the course of criminal proceedings, which is sometimes crucial for the support we are providing. So seeking to find help in technology to mitigate these difficulties, let me start with the desirable increase in the number of victims covered. We know that in a supportive relationship, nothing can replace face-to-face contact, as this is a factor that facilitates the establishment of a relationship of trust between the professional and the victim. But we also know that for several reasons, many contacts are made by other means. In the case of APAV in Portugal, for example, more than 50% of contacts are made by telephone. This happens because we don't have victim support offices in various areas of the country, but also because there are people who are unable, whether due to health problems, economic difficulties, or even safety reasons, to come to our offices, even if they are closed, or simply because they prefer other forms of contact. Now, the pandemic brought a wider use of new communication technologies. People who had never used platforms such as WhatsApp, Skype, or Zoom learned and started to do it because they had to. And this means that more people are now accessible via these ways. But even those who already use them started to do it much more frequently and for more diversified purposes, which means that these new tools are now more used, but above all, they have become normal, an everyday tool. And as they become more familiar, they can now be used in a supportive relationship with less noise in communication. Both professionals and victims will be less absorbed by the way of communication itself, as this is no longer new and they already use it skillfully, almost automatically, I would say, and they will focus more easily on what really matters, the content of communication. The answer to the second challenge, the need to be prepared to communicate and provide support to various types of victims of many different crimes, is being pursued in the case of APAV through the introduction of a case management platform. It is a fully digital information collection and registration system based on specific scripts for about 30 different crimes used by our staff through the use of tablets on meetings with victims. Each script contains several sections, for example, victims' data, offenders' data, circumstances of the crime, evidence, criminal proceedings and victims' rights, risk assessment, safety strategies, referral, and so on. And each section has questions specifically designed for each type of crime. In addition to the registration of all this information, this platform allows our staff to know, taking into account that particular victim of that specific crime, what information should be delivered, which indicators should be transmitted to the evaluated concerning, for example, risk assessment, what safety strategies should be transmitted to the victim, etc. So it allows us to provide our support in a much more customized way than we were doing before. It's a big challenge in our way of working. Its introduction is being difficult due to several reasons that I don't have time to go into, but it is and will be for sure a major improvement for our services. Finally, and regarding the lack of information about the course of criminal proceedings, and without the prejudice to the possibility that victim support services may seek to obtain this information from the authorities on a case-by-case basis, we believe that the path will have to be followed towards a growing proximity to the justice system. This proximity can be achieved through the presence of support services in judicial and police facilities.
Can I just check with the tech? Is anyone else hearing Federico?
No, we don't hear him. We lost him.
I believe so. Okay, can you just see if you can get Federico back? He is live rather than recorded, so hopefully it's just a short dropout in the presentation. Federico, you're back.
Am I back?
You are back.
Okay.
We can hear you. Just share the screen again, and maybe if you go backwards 1 or 2 minutes, I suspect you didn't immediately see that you had dropped out.
Okay, no, I didn't. No, it's okay now, I think. So I'll go for this slide. It's okay. So I was talking about the importance of obtaining information on the course of criminal proceedings. And I was saying that although we can obtain this information on a case-by-case basis, I think that a key strategy is to work more closely, is to establish proximity with the criminal justice system. And this can be achieved through the presence of support services in judicial and police premises. But I think that it can be very effective to access the online platforms where criminal proceedings are managed by the police and by the criminal justice authorities. Obviously, this access has to be limited to the information that is considered relevant by the authorities, but this will allow victim support to access on time information that is vital to work with the victim. A last issue related to the definition of information strategies is the measurement of their effectiveness, of their impact. There are countless instruments and practices with different designs devoted to provide information to victims of crime, but that usually are not accompanied by an assessment that allows to understand if they really work. I mean, if victims access these tools and make use of them, in the case of information materials, or if they receive this information from professionals, if victims understand the information those materials contain and understand the information that is transmitted to them, and if victims are in fact better informed, and if this contributes to feel more confident and available to collaborate. It's obviously easier to use indicators related to the access to information because in the case, for example, of online digital tools, we can count how many people access the website or installed an app, or which parts of the website were most visited, or what is the average visiting time. So this is easier to measure. And this will give us an idea about the accessibility of the information. But regarding the quality of the information, of the communication, and the impact on the victim's trust on his participation in the process, we will certainly have to use instruments like interviews or questionnaires with the victims themselves, but also with those who contact them within the justice system in order to assess what was the impact of that communication to the victim. So just to sum up, I think there are some big challenges out there. And I would firstly mention the need to define, based on solid evidence that demonstrates what works best, an information strategy that favors oral communication, as this is the one that best allows to assess the specific needs of each victim, and based on this assessment to select the information to be provided, to adjust the form of communication to the characteristics of that person, and to take into account any specific limitations. This oral communication is now facilitated by the widespread use of technologies, as I mentioned, and this allows it to be carried out remotely. So it is important to incorporate, and we are doing it here, this possibility in the usual practices of those who provide information to victims of crime. And here, partnerships with big communication companies may play definitely a decisive role. Now, do I mean that information materials of a more generic nature, such as websites, apps, posts on social networks, brochures, leaflets, etc., are of little use? Not at all. I think they are indispensable, either because they are the only access to information for many victims of crimes, namely those who did not report and did not come into contact with any support services, but even in relation to victims who had contact with the justice system and our support services, these tools have a role in helping them complementing and organizing the information. However, these instruments, which are increasingly based on new technologies, must seek to meet as much as possible the concrete information needs of each victim. That is, they must be designed in such a way that each victim can easily access only what interests him or her, without getting lost in the way. And this is achieved through information that is as segmented as possible, for example, by addressing individually each right or each phase of the criminal procedure, for example, and also as targeted as possible. So information specifically designed by type of crime, or for example, by victim group in terms of age, gender, national, tourist, or immigrant, for example, and so on. Concerning social networks, we are experiencing that they are a growing gateway for victims to contact us, either by using Messenger or by replying to a post, for example. And this requires permanent attention and also a technological solution that allows us to centralize all these contacts and to make sure that they receive a prompt reply. Last challenge is to view the provision of information to victims of crime not as a single moment, but as a process, in which, based on the assessment of each situation, that information is spread over several moments, repeated whenever necessary and dynamic, to the extent that both the victim's needs can change and that the course of criminal proceedings requires update. So in conclusion, the path is to move, in my opinion, is to move the focus from information to communication, which also means going from abstract to concrete. To communicate is to adjust the delivery of information to the concrete needs, capacities, and limitations of the recipient of that information, plus to make sure that he or she understands the message. And only then we will be sure that victims' rights to information is fully met. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Federico. That was extremely informative and I think inspiring as well. APAV, like VSE, has existed for 30 years and it continues to innovate and try to progress. And I think it's always important to remember that an organization like APAV isn't large. You work continuously to find the funding, and whilst these are clearly the next technologies that have to be used, they require a lot of investment, human investment, but also capital investment, and the way that your organization really works to constantly find the funds to do that is extremely important. But not just that you're looking always to see how to improve. And I think this idea of evaluation and looking at impact is part of what all of our organizations need to think about. How can we constantly improve, and how can we partner governments, civil society, private sector, and others together through online platforms, through the ability to share in a safe way information about victims. So thank you, Federico, for that excellent presentation. I will now move on to our next session, where we move, and I think quite nicely, from the ideas around support and that specialized support to how technology is being used in the courtroom through digital justice. And I think we heard about the online platform sharing, for example, and we will hear now about how digital justice is also achieved through three highly distinguished speakers from the judiciary and the prosecution service. So to open this session, it's my great honor to introduce Judge Henrik Engelrod. He is currently Chief Judge at the District Court in Bornholm, Denmark. Judge Engelrod is also a substitute member of the board of the Danish Court Administration and member of several committees regarding developing and implementing of digital solutions within the Danish courts. And his court was the first in Denmark to implement video conferencing technology in courtrooms in 2007. And I really look forward to hearing about Denmark's incredible progress in digitalization of criminal justice chains. Chief Judge Engelrod, the floor is yours.
Thank you for letting me address you at this conference gone virtual due to the COVID-19 situation. My name is Henrik Engelrod. I'm Chief Judge at the Court on Bornholm, one of 24 courts of first instance in Denmark. My court's jurisdiction is an island in the Baltic Sea, quite remote from the rest of Denmark. My presentation will not address present COVID-19 issues and challenges in courts, but the general use of video conferencing in regards of witnesses appearing before a court. Most modern court buildings are designed so that defendants, witnesses, injured parties, and others can be separated from each other when arriving at the court building and while waiting in the court building. But everyone must appear before the court in the same courtroom. The defendant is confronted with the witnesses and vice versa, since the defendant has a fundamental right to hear the statements against him, whether the witness statements are given by an injured party or another witness. However, according to Danish procedural law, the court may decide to remove the defendant from the courtroom if the court sees a risk that a witness, the injured party for example, cannot be expected to give a full and credible statement before the court if the defendant is present in the courtroom. The situation is known as a vulnerable witness situation. Having the defendant removed from the courtroom does not, however, eliminate the defendant's fundamental right to become familiar with the statement. Wherefore, the court, after the statement has been given, must make sure that the defendant's right is fulfilled, a take that often used to be quite time-consuming. The Danish procedural law also allows for, under certain circumstances, witnesses giving their statements by video conference from remote premises, usually from a courthouse in a different jurisdiction. In 2007, video conferencing was introduced in some Danish courthouses, and since 2014, each Danish court has video conferencing facilities in some of each court's courtrooms. The main reason for installing these facilities was a wish to be able to having defendants appear by video conference before the court at court hearings regarding extensions of custody. This in order to save money on having the defendants transported physically between the custody facility and the court. But the video conferencing technique soon showed its applicability in other types of hearings and situations, such as in the vulnerable witness situations. Given that the case is heard in a courtroom with video conferencing facilities, and the judge decides to remove the defendant from the courtroom while a vulnerable witness is giving his or her statement, the defendant is placed in a different room to which the witness statement is transmitted. It is the experience that this procedural take on the vulnerable witness situation makes the process slightly easier for all parties involved. The witness is not confronted with the defendant in the courtroom, and yet the defendant's right to become familiar with the statement is handled in a less time-consuming way. In fact, before having access to video conferencing facilities, the defendant quite often protested against being removed from the courtroom, wherefore the judge had to formalize an order on the matter. Using the video conferencing facilities as described, the defendant hardly ever protests when being removed from the courtroom, since he can now follow the statement live. It's my experience that having access to the video conferencing facilities in the situation described, to some degree, in a figurative sense, has disarmed judges' concerns on having the defendant removed from the courtroom when a vulnerable witness is to appear before the court. When it comes to having witnesses appearing by video conference from a remote location, some legal, or should I say socio-legal issues must be considered. Among others, the accuracy of the witness statement compared to a face-to-face hearing. Is the witness less able to tell the story? Is the witness less likely to feel the seriousness of the process? and what is the location like wherefrom the remote witness appear. The cues provided by co-location in a physical courtroom are largely absent in a video-conferenced court appearing. A range of technical issues must also be considered with video-enabled hearings, just to mention overloaded networks, inadequate bandwidth, low-quality equipment, calls that drop out, and inaudible audio. Regarding the legal and socio-legal issues, the Danish take on these issues is always taking a concrete assessment of the case, the expected length of the witness statement, and the expected value of the statement. To cut a long story short, if the witness cannot be considered a so-called crown witness, and if the statement is not expected to be long, like more than half an hour or so, the court is likely to let the witness appear by video conferencing. Regarding the technical issues, in Denmark, a witness appearing before court by video conference in a criminal lawsuit must always appear at a different courthouse so that the quality of both the high-definition video and the audio is guaranteed. By appearing at a courthouse, though in a different location, also ensures that the witness is in a neutral place where it can be controlled that the witness is not under influence by others during the statement. This picture shows an example of a monitor set up in a remote witness room in a Danish court. The witness can see the judge and the other parties, and in this picture a presented document as well. The witness cannot see himself or herself, just as the witness could not see himself or herself if he or she had appeared in the courtroom. Having access to sufficient and well-functioning video conference facilities in courts is a cornerstone in providing a framework where witnesses, when needed, can feel safe not only in the separated areas outside the courtroom, but also in the courtroom. In addition to this, the access to well-functioning video conference facilities in courts also provides for witnesses to spend less transporting time to and from court, if and when the judge allows the witness to appear from a location closer to the witness' home or work. In Danish courts of first instance, all statements, also statements from witnesses, are audio recorded. This ensures the credibility of what was said in court compared to a classic summary. This credibility sometimes leads to the defendant refraining from wanting the witness re-examined during an appeal. Credible witness statements are essential to justice, and the courts have a duty in facilitating a framework that ensures so, both regarding the interior design of the court and regarding technical facilities. A witness should feel both secure and relaxed when giving his or her statement in court, and a witness appearing in court should not be more time-consuming for the witness than needed. My 10 minutes are up, but I wish you a good conference.
Thank you to Judge Angorud. I think it really demonstrates how much can be achieved where there is the commitment to ensure that victims and witnesses can properly access justice services, but also do that in a safe manner. Certainly when it comes to different victims in rural communities or who may be far away or may struggle to travel, these kinds of technologies are absolutely critical. And we also see, I think, that there are various challenges across the world in terms of establishing these kinds of technologies, and what's happening in Denmark is a good demonstration of how to overcome that. And that means not only having the technical hardware and designing the courtrooms to be able to make that hardware successful, but it's also about changing cultures. It's changing concepts around the use of this technology so that judges are actually willing to make use of it. And certainly we in Victim Support Europe regularly come across cases where victims are required to come into court, and at the same time defendants are allowed to give video evidence or testimonies from video conferencing. So there needs to be a very good balance and commitment to helping ensure this safe justice. So let's move on now from Denmark to Estonia. Today, the Estonian court system is considered one of the most efficient in Europe, with its automated court procedures and electronic communication tools. So to hear more about how that's been achieved, I'm delighted to introduce Rauno Kiris and Eneli Loits. Just by the way, if you hear any incorrect pronunciations, it's just I probably have an accent from a different part of that country. It's not because I completely pronounce it incorrectly. Rauno Kiris is a state prosecutor in the Office of the Prosecutor General of Estonia, and he leads the digitalization and digital transformation of criminal pre-trial proceedings, and is specialized in the field of cybercrime. He's also a lecturer of criminal law in the University of Tartu and co-author of the commentaries on the Estonian Penal Code. Prior to joining the prosecutor's office, Rauno was an advisor to the Criminal Chamber of the Supreme Court of Estonia and head of the Analysis Department of the Supreme Court. And he will also be joined by Eneli Loits, who's been working as a prosecutor in Estonia since 2006. She is specialized in crimes committed against children and human trafficking, and has extensive practical experience in investigating and prosecuting crimes where the protection of victims is one of the highest priorities in the pre-trial investigation as well as in court proceedings. Rauno and Eneli, the floor is yours.
The victims have a right to a fair trial. This right, to some extent, collides with the accused's right of defense. Under the right of defense, the accused shall enjoy the right to be confronted with the witnesses giving testimony or evidence against them. That includes also the right to confront the victims in the courtroom during public proceedings.
Such confrontation at a public trial can be a stressful and traumatic experience for the victim. That means that measures must be taken in order to minimize the likelihood of further emotional or psychological harm during the court proceedings.
Technology is an effective instrument to achieve these goals. Next, with the help of our AI friend, we will look at some technological options that are used on a daily basis during criminal proceedings in Estonia.
One of the most common causes for further emotional or psychological harm to the victim is direct confrontation with the accused in the same physical room. Depending on the victim's age, mental and physical health, as well as on the nature of the case, it is possible to conduct the court hearings without summoning the victim and use the recordings of the victim's questioning in the pre-trial proceedings as evidence in court. In the example video we see how a minor victim is questioned during the pre-trial proceedings by the investigator. The investigators have received special training in this field. In order to support victims, also support persons may be involved. In our experience, children may be disturbed by presence of additional people in the room, even if they're there to support the victim, thus it is often reasonable to have only the specially trained investigator present. Talking to a stranger, to the specially trained investigator, is usually already demanding for the child, and the more strangers there are present, the harder it might be for the child. In the end, it's all decided on a case-by-case basis. If questioning of such a victim will be later used in court as an evidence, its audio and video are recorded and these recordings are used in court as evidence. In the video we can see that the prosecutor is applying to use the pre-recorded materials. Such use of pre-recorded materials ensures that victims from the most vulnerable groups are not subjected to any possible further emotional or psychological harm, which might result from confronting the accused in an unknown territory, the courtroom. The victim has to try to recall and possibly mentally relive the incident only once, which helps to minimize the risk of further emotional trauma. In other cases, where using of a pre-recorded testimony is not legally permissible because it would infringe the right of defense disproportionately, the victim is summoned to the court. In these cases, other measures can be used, in order to minimize and mitigate possible negative effects of the confrontation with the accused to the victim. Consider the victim's physical and mental health, personal characteristics and the nature of the case. The victim may not be invited to the courtroom and the cross-examination may be replaced by a remote questioning conducted by the judge. In the example, shown in the video, an under 14-year-old victim is questioned during the court hearing by the judge in the remote witness room, located in the courthouse. In order to avoid contact with the accused and strangers present in the courtroom, the victim is not brought to the courtroom and is not cross-examined at any point during the proceedings. The victim comes into contact with the judge only. Depending on the case, the victims may also have support persons with them. The witness room, in the example shown in the video, is connected to the courtroom with one-way audio-visual connection. The courtroom can hear and see the ongoing remote questioning in real time, but cannot directly participate. Those present in the remote witness room, the victim, the judge, and possible support persons, in this example cannot hear nor see the courtroom. The victim does not even have to be aware that the accused is in the same building. The judge talks to the victim and seeks answers to questions requested by the defense counsel and prosecutor, and questions that the judge sees essential to the case. After the end of the conversation with the victim, the judge returns to the courtroom. If any additional questions arise from this conversation, the defense counsel and the prosecutor may present the questions to the judge. If the judge considers the questions justified, the judge joins the victim in the remote room once again, seeking answers to the additional questions. This way, the confrontation between the victim and the accused and its negative effects for the victim are avoided. If the victim's age, mental and physical health and the nature of the case allow the victim to confront the accused in a public or non-public trial, it's still possible to minimize the possible negative impacts using technological means. One of the most convenient tools for the victims is so-called telehearing, which allows the victims to participate in the hearings, using communication technology. This technological solution allows the victim to take part in the court hearings, for example, to make interventions and also to ask questions during cross-examination of the accused, from their homes, using their personal computer or a smartphone, from any courthouse, a support house or authority or any other available computer. This ensures that the victim does not have to directly confront the accused. Virtual confrontation lacks the intensiveness of physical direct counterpart. Secondly, this allows the victim to give evidence and to participate in the cross-examination in a more relaxed environment. It shall be noted that virtual participation in cross-examination has not yet received unanimous support in Estonia. The critics consider that this might be considered as a disproportionate interference of the accused right of defense. Thirdly, the victim can be heard without being present in the courtroom. This allows the victim to take part in the court hearings, for example make interventions and also ask questions during cross-examination of the accused, from their home using their personal computer or a smartphone, from any courthouse or any other computer provided to him/her support persons. Exercising his or her rights should be as convenient as possible. There's no need to force the victim to spend hours trying to travel to the courtroom.
To conclude it, in addition to the accused's rights, the victim's rights must also be guaranteed in the courtroom. The victims must be able to enforce their rights without having to be afraid of further unnecessary emotional or psychological harm.
Technology is an instrument that can help us reach both these goals while still protecting the rights of other parties to the proceedings. We should look at the existing processes with an open mind and consider incorporating technology as one of the means to protect the victims both in and outside the courtroom.
Thank you to Ono and to Eneli, and I think we heard some extremely important information, again, not just about the hardware, but also the importance of having the skills and the training and having an individualized approach towards victims so that we can make sure they get the treatment that they need. I think what we're also hearing is increasingly this evolving concept of justice and what it means to have effective, efficient and safe justice, and that there's this equal right to procedural justice for victims, to have fair trial for victims as well, because what we need to ensure is that all innocent people are protected, and that's both the accused and victims. And really the question is not whether these technologies need to be used, it's just how to enable them to be used in a way which protects all of those fundamental rights. So thank you to everyone who's just spoken with respect to technologies in justice. And we'll now move on to a different sector in this next session where we look at victim technologies within the policing sector. And we'll first hear from the UK and then we'll hear from Belgium to learn more about that police setting. So our first presenter is Andy Rose. He's Chief Constable of Lancashire Constabulary in the UK. I've not known Andy for long, but I do know he's the sort of person that if you speak to him about one idea, you'll come out of that conversation with 20 others, and before the day is out, you find out he's already carried out half of them. And not satisfied with just running a police constabulary, he's also the National Police Chief Council's lead for wellbeing, staff engagement and organisation development, and he's the service lead for the National Wellbeing Service. And still not satisfied with all of that, he's also currently preparing a doctoral research study which will focus on well-being. And so you don't think he's all about being nice. His policing background has mainly been in the uniform and specialist operations disciplines, including counter-terrorism, firearms command. Andy, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Andy Rhodes. I'm the Chief Constable of Lancashire Police, a force of about 6,000 officers and staff based in the northwest of the UK. I'm talking today about how technology is used and our investment in technology is supporting the front line in this organisation to support victims of crime. I'll shortly hand you over to Chief Inspector Dave Hammond, who's our expert in this area, and he's going to talk about three big areas where we're investing our technology, our IT investment to support victims of crime. The first area is giving the right kit to people on the front line, so when they're at the scene of an incident and they're working directly with a victim in their hour of need, they've got the latest technology and the tools to help them do the job, to collect evidence, to keep those victims updated, and to make sure that they have a really good victim experience of the highest quality. The second area will be around support systems. We take about 1.2 million calls for service a year in Lancashire Police, and out of those 1.2 million calls, 600,000 we are using voice technology, voice to text and robotics to really understand the needs of the people that ring us that sometimes don't make it onto the logs. Those people sometimes don't have their voices heard, and it's important for us to use the latest technology to analyse and understand what we need to do more of so we can shape our victim services for them. The third area that we're going to look at is around specialist support. We're outside the first Forensic Science Academy of its kind, a collaboration between UCLan University and Lancashire Police. In this Forensic Academy we have a significant investment in research and development into specialist digital forensics, and Dave's going to talk you through some of the more sophisticated technologies that we use in our higher end investigations, ranging from counter-terrorism to serious sexual offences and homicide. Thanks for listening to me. I'm going to hand you over to Dave now, who's going to show you some of the things that we use in Lancashire to keep our victims safe and make sure they have the best experience they can should they be unfortunate to become a victim of crime. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chief Inspector Dave Hannon. I am the Digital Implementation Lead for Lancashire Constabulary. As you've just heard from Chief Constable Andy Rhodes, I'm going to talk to you about some of the ways that we've been investing in technology to assist victims of crime within Lancashire. We've rolled out thousands of Samsung mobile telephone devices to frontline officers and investigators. This allows frontline officers to get all the information at the scene of crime, ensuring quality of evidence, allows them to take photographs of the scene and record all relevant information and share it with partners whilst they are there. Some of the added benefits of the mobile telephones as well allows victims of crime to contact the officer directly via text, telephone or email, and the officer can respond to them. Also, we are currently in the rollout of new body-worn video. This allows officers to capture the best evidence at the scene of crime. We are rolling out over 2,000 cameras. This means that every officer, when they need one, where they need one, will have access to a camera. These cameras will ensure that all the evidence is provided. This is uploaded to online systems which can then be shared with our partners in the Crown Prosecution Service and Criminal Justice Service. This again will ensure a much swifter, speedier justice for our victims of crime. The second area that we've been investing in is the support systems. So one is quite innovative is the voice to text analytics. So in our contact centre, we have only previously known about the demand that is logged, where we've had 600,000 calls a year that have not been logged. But we've never previously been able to identify what those calls are about. Using new technology, we've been able to turn all the voice recordings into text and then put some analysis above that. For example, we've now identified that 20% of that unlogged demand is simply victims of crime contacting the police to find out who the officer in their case is to get an update on their crime. As a result of this, we've also then invested in creating new calling cards. These are a way that our officers, when they're at the scenes of crimes and speaking to victims, can provide them with the contact details so that the victim of crime can contact the officer directly, either by telephone, text or email straight to the officer's Samsung mobile telephone. As part of some of the support systems, we are also working with partners to ensure that the information we get is shared as quickly as possible. Operation Encompass is one of the examples of this. This is where officers can identify where vulnerable victims, children, have been present at an incident where violence has occurred. This alerts school within 24 hours of that incident. That allows the school to then understand why the child may or may not be present as such when they're at school and put the appropriate safeguarding measures in place. Some of the other technologies we're doing as well is one called telephone witness statements. We've now created a secure platform where we can take telephone witness statements, i.e. a statement by the telephone. This allows us to reduce our traffic and travelling to and from victims' homes, because some victims are vulnerable and don't want the presence of a police officer or a police car outside of their address. This allows us to do these witness statements far more remotely in a secure and safe environment. Again, this ensures that the voice of the victim is heard at all times and the best evidence is provided to the courts. Finally, with support systems, we have two systems that are coming very soon. Firstly is the Digital Evidence Management System. An awful lot of our evidence now is digital, But at the moment, we're still collating this in the forms of discs and USBs, and these are being transported in envelopes and passed around. This takes time, and sometimes this information can get lost, which then doesn't provide the evidence for the court. The Digital Evidence Management System provides an online platform. It is secure and it will store all evidence in one place. Not only is this better for the investigation to get the evidence to the court, it's better for the investigator and the officer to collate all their information in one location. It will speed up the process and ensure that everything is available to the investigator's needs to provide in interview to the CPS and to the courts for a final prosecution. And finally, the National Enabling Programme, which is our implementation of Office 365. This will provide lots of many benefits, but one which will be key to victims is the ability to do video calls. So linked to telephone witness statements, or the ability to actually speak to an officer but using a face-to-face call using the internet. Particularly in times of COVID, when you want to reduce contact, we can now ensure that we can speak to people not just on the telephone but using video technology. This is secure and safe, and again provided with some of the highest security available within Lancashire Police. And the final area that we've been invested in is in the specialist support. So we've invested quite heavily in our digital forensic unit here at Lancashire Constabulary. We now have a state-of-the-art digital forensic laboratory which is accredited to the ISO standards, so we know that any evidence that our teams are providing to the courts are of the highest quality. We have state-of-the-art technology which can get access to information from all elements of technology, from smartphones, laptops to computers, to the new Internet of Things. Pretty much all crimes that occur now have a digital footprint, so having the kit and technology to find the evidence on digital footprints is really important. And with the facilities that we've got here now in Lancashire, we can ensure that we get an accurate and speedy evidence to the courts, and that provides less worries and less stress to the victims of crime and a better outcome for those people. As part of the specialist support areas, we've created a new dedicated cybercrime unit here in Lancashire. Cybercrime unit deal with online crime. This is one of the fastest growing areas of demand in Lancashire. We find that victims of crime sometimes don't report these because they feel ashamed or don't know where to report it. So we're doing an awful lot of work with victims of crime to ensure that we get accurate reporting of cybercrime. To enable us as well, as part of Lancashire Constabulary, due to the specialist nature of these crimes, we also employ dedicated cyber volunteers. So we work with volunteers from people within industry to provide us expert advice on how to retrieve evidence from online dedicated crimes. Hopefully, as you can see, in Lancashire we've invested quite heavily in supporting victims of crime using technology. But the journey doesn't stop here. Technology keeps advancing, and we'll keep making sure that we've got the right kit and tools for our officers to safeguard our public.
Thank you to Andy and to the Lancashire Police for that fascinating presentation. I think it really shows how important leadership and the commitment of individuals are to achieving changes within organisations. We see within a single police organisation there's how much can be done to make lives for victims better, and that means helping victims to come forward, helping them to report in multiple ways. It means using technologies to collect this evidence, bring it together, and avoid having to repeatedly collect information and testimonies from victims. We know this is something that's highly traumatizing for victims. It also means ensuring that victims are connected with the support. The technologies that the police in Lancashire and across the world are using nowadays is also about how we can bring together large amounts of information to better do our job, but also how we can connect and have those partnerships. So I think this is a really important demonstration of what can be achieved. I feel like a YouTuber now, and I want to say, please comment down below or to the side. Make your chat comments, let us know about what you're doing in your countries as well. Feel free to ask questions and they will be answered either now or they'll be answered later on in the Q&A. So moving on now, we move from the UK over to Belgium, and it's really a pleasure to have the Belgian police presenting now. We have a very good relationship with them and a good partnership with both the police here that are presenting now, but across the country as well. So we'll next hear from Thomas Botterman, Sarah de Valcanera, and Evie van den Driessen. Apologies to my Flanders colleagues and neighbours for my pronunciation there. Thomas is first Chief Inspector, Head of Crime Investigation Unit in the police area of Deinze-Zulte-Lievegem. Thomas possesses over 25 years of professional experience within the Belgian police and worked for different multilateral international organizations, including the European Union and the Organization for Security and Cooperation, the OSCE, in Europe, in Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. Sarah de Valcanera is Chief of the Social Police Service within the local Belgian police force at Deinze-Zulte-Lievegem, and she has a background as a social worker and a victim counsellor. Sarah holds a master's degree in solution-focused practice, which is something we should all think about, and a postgraduate in solution-focused and cognitive systems therapy. And finally, Evie van den Driessen is the head of the Police Care Bureau within the Belgian Police Forces in Ghent, and she's a first Chief Inspector and a victim counsellor. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Thomas Botterman. I'm its first Chief Inspector and Head of the Crime Investigation Unit in the police area of Deinze-Zulte-Lievegem. This is an area located west of Ghent in Belgium. Using police drones is rather new in Belgium. In 2015, police drones have been introduced by the Belgian Federal Police. Our police area followed in 2018, and today we have 4 trained drone pilots in our police area. We actually only know little about how police drones can be deployed for the benefit of victims today. Clearly, it is challenging to overcome some of the existing, maybe negative perceptions that people might have about drones. When we say drones, we think Big Brother is watching you, or intelligence gathering, or surveillance. We even might think that this is only about breaching our privacy. Focusing on victim support, I would like to provide you with a brief overview on how the development or deployment of police drones has been functioning for the benefit of victims in our police area. This is based on our humble 2 years of operational experience that we have. Victims might of course rightfully question how police drones could be for their benefit. Worldwide, police services are dealing with victims of human trafficking, missing persons, heavy road accidents, large fires or disasters, and a wide range of sometimes very complex crime scenes that all need to be properly managed in order for perpetrators to be prosecuted and victim rights to be protected, and allowing victims to find compensations or answers to their questions they might have. Today I'm actually present on a search operation for a missing person. We will use our thermal camera, allowing us to make body heat visible for us on one hand, and on the other hand the drone will allow us to cover a large area within a limited time, but in an organized way. We will be able to see which areas we have searched so we can just further continue. We will also be able to reach areas that can't be reached by ground teams. We have also used this thermal camera during police operations against human trafficking. It allowed us to register the facts and find locations where victims have been placed, and it gave us an insight in how human traffickers work. With the support of our drone, we were able to return victims of human trafficking to a much safer place than the truck or the container that is placed on the truck. This thermal camera has also supported search and rescue operations after some very heavy home fires. This was mainly in support of our local fire brigade. And on the other hand, using our police drones also brings accountability for our actions to the citizens we serve in our daily work. It allows us to show or explain to relatives of missing persons which actions can be undertaken or have been undertaken to find their beloved ones. We are also able to integrate lessons learned in police training and to improve future police operations. To conclude, I would say that it is strongly advisable to further integrate the usage of police drones in daily police work for the benefit of victims.
Sarah de Valkenaar, social worker at the Deense Zulte-Lievehem police zone.
Hello, I am Evie van den Driessen. I'm a specialized chief inspector of the police zone Ghent.
And we are both victim counselors. We have the pleasure of addressing you and would like to present some of the tools used in our police zones. These tools ensure that victims are better assisted. First, I will talk about the ANPR. Our police zone has been using ANPR cameras at fixed locations on the main approach roads for several years now. ANPR stands for Automatic Number Plate Recognition. The license plates of vehicles passing by the location are read by the system. The software then compares the license plate read with license plates included in lists, such as stolen vehicles, wanted vehicles, uninscribed vehicles. In the context of a missing person, a list can be made with the license plates of vehicles of the missing persons. Also, when suspects of stalking or intrafamilial violence are known, we can get a warning through the system when the vehicle of the suspects enters our police zone. So this can be a hit. A second tool we want to address is Focus. Within the integrated police, the Focus application is also currently being rolled out in all federal and local services. Focus is an application that runs on mobile devices such as your tablet or smartphone. In this application, various applications are offered that simplify the work of the police officer on the ground. Checking identities and license plates, exchanging messages, creating photo files. When services are looking for a missing person, the application can easily share the photo of the missing person with the patrols on the road. The police officer is also able to receive an update of the intervention 1 second after reporting the violence, for example. It is always possible to read the information in the police vehicle. When driving towards acts of intrafamilial violence, it is also possible to check whether the suspect is known for similar violence, possession of weapons, etc. Based on the location to which one is driving, one can make a query about previous offenses. These digital tools make the work of police officers easier and more efficient. Digitalization is the future.
I present you the mobile stalking alarm. In Ghent, we are testing now this since June 2020 with 10 victims of severe stalking. Very important to know is that it is more than just an alarm. It is a cooperation between the city of Ghent, several organizations of social assistance, the local and the federal police, and last but not least, the public prosecutor's office. Together we decide if an alarm is necessary and we look which partner can help the victim in different ways. This button is connected to the mobile phone. I will show you. When in danger, the victim pushes the button and the cell phone makes an urgent call to the emergency dispatch, where the operator sees immediately that the victim is in danger, and by the GPS coordinates provided by the cell phone, the police knows where to find the victim. Since June, we arrested one suspect twice. The system needs more fine-tuning, and we hope it will be available for every Belgian victim of stalking next year. The project is coordinated by the Institute for the Equality of Women and Men of our federal government.
So unfortunately, not every police zone has the same tools. In spite of the fact that victimization knows no boundaries, there is still work to be done at structural approach across the borders of police zones. So we hope you have learned something from our explanation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you to Thomas, to Sarah, and to Evie. I think once again it demonstrates how much can be achieved when the will is there and the desire is there to change. And I think it shows how important these technologies are for some of the most vulnerable victims in our societies, including children, victims of trafficking, and victims of different forms of gender-based violence. And the more we can do to help these groups, the more impact we will have across our societies. I think it's also important to recognize, especially with organizations like the police, that often police services are operating in a localized way. And the next steps really are to spread these great practices, these innovative practices across the whole of a country, whether it's in the UK, Belgium, or any other country around the world. So these are all opportunities, but also challenges for how we can make sure that every victim has equal access to these many different technologies that are available. So now we conclude this first session. I really hope you've enjoyed it. I found it fascinating. I've learned a huge amount. I'm going to be contacting many of these people and others afterwards to see how we can do more and how we can work together. I think what we've seen is that technologies are extremely important in the way that we support victims, in the way that our justice systems are made safe and accessible, how our police engage with victims, and also how our social media platforms are part of the solution to create a safe environment for everyone. And these technologies are really creating systems that can better protect victims, increase the safety of those victims from a very physical perspective, but also they're making our services and the rights much more accessible to individuals, whether that's support, justice, whatever it may be. And it's making sure that the way that we participate and the way that victims participate becomes easier for them, less victimizing, less traumatic. The critical next steps are to see how we can get these systems into every single country and across the whole of every single country. So I'm not going to keep you much longer. We're going to have a break in, well, once I've finished, we will have a break just for 10 minutes. The beauty of being online is, of course, I'm sure that you've been doing your yoga stretching exercises whilst we've been talking and can go and get coffees. But in any case, we have 10 minutes for a break. We will also play a short video just 2 minutes before the start of the next session, which will be at 11:50. And that is to showcase a new project that we are leading on, which is called FIDO, and it's about facility dogs. And I think that you'll find that a fascinating project. Don't forget, ask your questions in the chat. We also have an online evaluation, which you can tell us how we've done, how we can improve. And please, all of this is not possible without your financial support and without your donations. So with that, please go have a coffee, and we will see you at 11:50 Belgian time. Thank you very much.
What is FIDO project? FIDO project has been put into place by Victim Support Europe in partnership with 6 other organizations in Europe. And the idea of the project is to train and put into service facility dogs in organizations in France, Belgium, and Italy, who will support vulnerable victims in their recovery after the crime and in their participation in criminal proceedings. Facility dogs are highly trained dogs. They're not pets, but highly trained working dogs who spend months, if not even years, in training before they're put into service for most vulnerable victims of crimes. Victim Support Europe hopes that after the 2 years of the project, at least 200 vulnerable victims will be supported. And we also hope that this will just be the beginning and that the service will take root in Europe and that we will see more and more of these dogs being trained and being placed into service of victims across Europe and in the world.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I am a member of Dog for Life non-profit organization. We are very much looking forward to start the project FIDO with Victim Support Europe and the other partners. In this project, Dog for Life will prepare 3 dogs, Ophelia, Brio and Love. The dogs are going to be trained in Tuscany and Veneto and be deployed in Tuscany, Lombardy and Veneto. We will implement our support to women victims of domestic violence and their children with the help of our 4-paw colleagues. Dogs are a great help when it comes to trust and empowerment. It is Dog for Life mission to increase the well-being of individuals through the assistance of professionally trained facility dogs. The impact those facility dogs will have on vulnerable victims is for us of great importance. So let us start the FIDO project.
Welcome at Kanisha. I'm Gerrit and this is Ramon, a brave dog who soon will be a loyal partner.
Welcome at Hashiko. My name is Sandra and this is Zipper. Zipper is starting his education to become a brave assistance dog and I invite you to discover some more of it.
Les chiens d'assistance judiciaire sont des chiens sélectionnés et formés par des organisations spécialisées. Ils sont dirigés par des référents formés pour accompagner les victimes vulnérables dans leur reconstruction. Les chiens d'assistance judiciaire aident non seulement les victimes à surmonter le traumatisme immédiat, mais ils les accompagnent tout au long de la procédure judiciaire. En réduisant considérablement l'anxiété des victimes, les chiens contribuent également à améliorer la qualité de la procédure. Andy Chien soutiendra le projet en développant et en dispensant des formations pour les chiens, les éducateurs et les référents. Nous avons formé le premier Facility Dogs en France, LOL, qui est désormais placé auprès des pompiers et assiste les victimes vulnérables dans le département du Lot.
Victim Support Europe is a non-profit organisation that works with national support organisations to implement and expand these rights. We act to give victims a voice in Europe, so their needs are not ignored. Our members accompany victims in police stations and courts. They help with insurance claims, funeral arrangements, and making appointments. They provide emotional support, shelter and protection, and much more to help victims feel safe again. Victims need our help and we need yours. So please visit our website to learn how you can help, learn about victims' rights, and join us to build a brighter and better future for victims of crime in Europe.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice break. You've had your coffees, teas, energy bars, any drinks, and much more, and you're ready for the next session. I have to say the project, FIDO project, is a favorite of many of us. It's not just a project, though. This is about a new movement, and I think it really demonstrates the importance of combining both technologies, but also having this human and animal touch. It's not, the technology can't solve everything. What we hope to see is that in our ambition to ensure safe justice for all victims, we use every innovative opportunity to help victims, and one of the ways of doing this is by training dogs which are able to reduce the harm and suffering that victims experience, but actually they have a huge beneficial effect within courtrooms and within police offices, within prosecution offices as well. And it's a perfect demonstration of how we can work in partnership with those many different communities to help victims, and I think also to personally benefit. So that isn't possible without your donations, without your help. The project is happening, but it's never fully funded, as always. So any support that you can all offer, we would be extremely grateful. So let us move on now to the next extremely exciting part of this conference. I need to now go back to my correct page. We'll now move on to the session, which is focused around design and implementation of web-based and virtual reality tools for victims. So in this session, we're really privileged to have three international speakers who are going to talk about multiple innovative technologies. Firstly, I'd like to welcome Dan Klein. He's the head of communication at the Security and Crisis Center, which has been set up by the European Jewish Congress. And Dan is responsible for the SAC control room that monitors more than 35 European Jewish communities, and is also leading the Jewish Security App project that provides an alerting application to Jewish community leaders across Europe. Dan provides training and exercises in the technological field, focusing on control rooms and innovative communication technologies. So he's going to be talking now about how they use those technologies to respond to crisis situations. Dan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Klein, and I'm head of communication at the Security and Crisis Center by the European Jewish Congress. I'm here today to present you our security application, JSA, but I will present it to you in a few moments. But before I do so, I would like to give you a short introduction about our organization. So the European Jewish Congress was created in 1986, and it's the sole political representative organization of the European Jewry. It protects the interest of its affiliated communities, working daily with the European Union institutions and officials, the Council of Europe, and also national governments and parliaments. And I'm working for the Security and Crisis Center of the European Jewish Congress, and the Security and Crisis Center was created in 2012 by Moshe Kantor, who is the EJC's president. And Dr. Moshe Kantor decided to create the Security and Crisis Center right after the attack of the Jewish school in Toulouse, the attack perpetuated by Mohamed Merah. At that moment, Dr. Kantor understood that there was a great need for the Jewish communities to have a support in crisis management and in security awareness and in crisis communication. So basically, this is what we're doing at TAGBA EJC. We're supporting communities to create crisis management team. We train them. We gave them all the necessary tools to make a crisis communication and to be prepared in case of any crisis. And we are also doing a lot of security awareness with them, and we are doing research analysis and many other things. But today I would like to focus on the communication tool that we came with 3 years ago now, which is the JSA application. So why we decided to work with JSA is for this reason, for the changing of the threats. We've experienced new threats in 2015. Before 2015, you have to understand that the threats were on buildings, on institutions. Terrorist attacks were targeting buildings with car bombings. They were targeting planes. They were targeting events. So the security was organized in that way. What changed in 2015 is that we saw that terrorists were starting to target individuals in public spaces. So as you can see here on the slide I'm sharing with you, we had the Paris attacks in 2015 with the Terrace and the Hypercacher. We had the car ramming in Berlin in 2016, stabbing in London in 2017, and then another car ramming in Barcelona, and so on. So what we've witnessed at that time is that a few things changed. It went to production to co-production. It means it went to a low-cost terror. Suddenly, one morning, terrorists would wake up and say, okay, I grab this knife, I go in the street, and I go hurt people and kill people, or I take my car and I go kill people by doing a car running. We also witnessed that these actions were taking place also in smaller towns, not only in big capitals. So with this new threat and with this new operative way of attacks, it implied new behavior. So, you know, you have this saying that was that came after 2001, after September 11. If you see something, say something. We are doing a lot of security awareness because we believe that security is a teamwork, which means that everybody should be aware of his environment, of what surrounds them, if there's a potential threat. It could be a suspicious bag, suspicious person, and also should know how to report these things. So we came with this alerting system, with this reporting tool, which is JSA. So the mobile application JSA is using the software Octopus, and it's very, very easy to use. It's very user friendly. It operates in two separate ways. You have the application here, the mobile application that you give to the individuals, and you have the management software that you install. It's a cloud-based system that it is installed on any computer that helps you to monitor these alerts, to monitor these incident reporting. So you will see now the infrastructure of the application is very, very basic, very user-friendly. And here I decided to share with you three main windows. The first window here is the window that allows you to press the panic button and to send an alert of life-threatening danger. So I would like to precise you that when I say life-threatening danger, I'm not only talking about attack, terrorist attack. It could be also somebody that suffers from a heart attack, or it can be somebody that is a victim of a car accident. And so this is also a tool for reporting these kind of life-threatening incidents or events. The second window that you see in the middle allows you to report incidents. Today, I would like to take the example of a school campus, a university campus, where you give the application to the students, okay? So basically, the students will receive the application, and the monitoring software that I showed you in the beginning, I will show you in a few seconds, also will be somewhere on campus with the people from the security of the campus receiving the alerts, okay? They will receive the panic buttons, as I just showed you, but they can also receive reports of incidents. What kind of incidents can be reported? It could be hate speech, somebody that is giving hate speech on the campus the application allows you to report this kind of incidents. You can capture a movie of this person giving the hate speech and then send it to the control room. You can also, if you see, let's say, a graffiti, a swastika on the wall, you can take the picture and report the incident. Or if you see a suspicious bag, a suspicious person, this also can be reported via the application. The third screen that you see, the third window that you see here on the slide, is a map that is available here. It's the Around Me feature that allows the user to see what surrounds him, and he can have points of interest pinpointed on the map. Now, I would like to show you a video of how it works when somebody presses the panic button. So here, the computer screen is the command and control software that I talked to you a few minutes ago that can be installed on, it's a cloud-based, so it's not to be installed, but that can be accessible on any computer. And this software allows you to receive the alerts and the incidents. Now you will see a person will press the panic button, and you will see what is happening when somebody presses the button. So now you can see that the alarm is ringing and that the operator opens the incident. And you see now there's here the camera of the user starts to stream live, and so the operator in the control room can see exactly what is happening. And here on the map on the right, you have the exact location of the incident and the details of the person who is pressing the button. Okay, so this gives a lot of information to the people in the control room, and they can react accordingly. So this is very efficient. This is the main feature of the application. And then we also saw that it allows you to report any kind of incident. What the people from the control room can also do is to send some messages and some information to the mobile application users. Let's say that there's a suspicious bag on the campus, and that the campus needs to be evacuated, that people from the control room can now send a message to all the contacts, all the people who have the application, and ask them to leave the campus. They can also send a message by radius, which means all the people in this area will enter this area, the area that they will define in the control room. All these people will be notified by a message if it's a danger zone, if they should leave the zone, etc. And you can also do that by creating a virtual fence on the map. So all the people entering in that fence will receive the information. So the application allows you to do a lot of other things, but today I wanted to focus on these main features. I hope that you found it interesting, and I'll be very happy to answer to your question if there are any. Thanks a lot for your attention. All right.
Thank you, Dan, for that fascinating conversation. Again, really, it's a demonstration of how communities can come together where they see that there's a need to act, and how they can work with the private sector to develop those responses. And I think we have to recognize that with the increasing numbers of attacks that we see, especially around Europe, but globally, with the increase in hate crimes, that it's more and more difficult for our police services to be everywhere all the time. And I think we recognize also that solutions for safety, protection and support are in our hands in partnership with the police services. So these types of activities are very much important. And we have a very good working relationship with the SAC and with the EJC, and We know how important it is for their communities that these kinds of services are available. Just to continue now the discussion and the presentation on how these systems work, I'm very happy to welcome Danny Nakmuli, who's the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Octopus Limited in Israel. And Danny has an extensive experience in security and homeland security, and he's operated as an independent security technology consultant for airports, government agencies, commercial companies, as well as software and technology integration companies. And he's managed the business development, international sales and marketing for several companies operating in that homeland security, military and aerospace fields, as well as working for numerous venture capitalists and investment firms to conduct startup investments. And he'll be presenting the award-winning app and virtual panic button that the SAC uses as part of its crisis response system. Danny, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. This is Danny here from Octopus Systems. I'm Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Octopus Systems. Thank you for listening about our company and solution. I'll tell you in a short the time we have about the Octopus crisis management software, emergency response, and the solutions we have in this industry. A few words about our company. So Octopus is a software company based off of Israel, with a daughter company in North America. We've existed 7 years, received investments from multiple various investment firms, and grown throughout that time. We have here about 45 engineers. We have deployed this system and our solutions worldwide in 28 countries, working in 16 different languages. It's solutions that are catered for government entities, police, response agencies, smart and safe cities, large corporations, security companies, critical infrastructure such as oil, gas, airports, and seaports. So these are the type of customers that this solution really caters for the best. We work under really high-end information security. We have GDPR, which is very important for our customers. So that's a little bit about, about our background. What do we offer in Octopus? So we really offer an array of solutions. As I said, we have solutions for crisis management and emergency response 911, deployed, for instance, Paraguay national level 911 project. We have integrated command and control. We have safety management. We have performance monitoring, what you call GRC, governance risk compliance, cyber event management, and all kind of other solutions that we have. But these are the basic ones, are the core ones, and you can look on our website afterwards if you like to see more about it. Let me give you a little bit about overview about the solution that we have. So as you're seeing here, you're seeing a web-based cloud-hosted system, although it can be installed locally. We give you a tool, a dashboard that gives you a common operational picture of what's happening within your organization. So we integrate to many types of systems. We have the ability to seamlessly do a two-way integration with all kind of systems such as communications, security systems, intelligence systems, for security protection, perimeter, gates, bollards, drones, license recognition, face recognition, video analytics, and AI systems, IT and cyber. So the idea in the core of the system is this integrated software that allows you to integrate and collect all that data to give you that common operational picture of what's happening. In addition, we give you the ability to communicate with your employees or with the citizens, residents of the country. We have a very sophisticated and rich mobile application. You can see it here, that citizens can download. They can use it for panic alarms. So if I would now to press this button, I could generate a panic alarm, or I could also report an incident and fill in the details. As you can see, it brings in an event. So as you can see, it's generating an event. It's trying to broadcast video here because of the of the Zoom that I'm doing from my phone. I cannot broadcast the video, but it's creating an event, trying to broadcast live video from the field to the control center, showing what's happening. And here you see the event is coming in with Danny's request to broadcast video. You can see on a GIS map immediately the event and the details of the person. You can open that incident and go to the incident. If there's cameras, you can see live cameras. You can play around, you see, with the layout here and define a layout which is best for you, that gives you the availability of information in these tiles here and these tabs that you want to see. So it's very customizable according to the amount of information you want to see. So you can see here the location of the incident. If there's live video from the field, from a drone, from a person's camera, any information that you need to manage this crisis or these events. You have here all the report. In this case, a panic alarm has come in, and a procedure of how you need to follow up. The operator in the control center will be given the regulation, the procedure that he needs to follow up on in case of certain event or escalated event. So a panic button is pressed, do the following actions. And you see here there's also automated actions that can be deployed as part of the response procedure. Pull out the nearest camera, look for the AED, call the police. Let me press call the police. It's trying to make a call. In this demo environment, we're not connected to the phone system. If we were, it would generate a call. Is this a real panic button? Yes or no? So you have this all kind of multiple options and escalation that you can deploy in order to resolve an incident and any type of event or incident. You have full access to all the information. You can define what you want to see. You see here also BI dashboards giving you live statistics and showing you your overall performance. And if you're meeting, you know, the SLAs, you have other information that you can pull up. In this case, I pulled up how many visitors and people are inside the facility. So you see there's 13 people, but if I want to pull up anything else, I can pull up anything else. Media feeds, for instance, coming in from social media, from news, from weather, or if I want to pull up maybe communications. I want to have a quick communication, so I want to send Danny a message or anything else. You have here full visibility of GIS with all the layers of the systems and the information you need to have from within the city or an organization. If you want to pull up and view a live camera directly from the map, you can do that. If you want to communicate with your staff and see their live location or your vehicles or your assets, you can do that. And I can send Danny a message directly from the system, and Danny will receive it, send successfully, and Danny will receive it on his phone, call the SOC, and I can open that and respond. So we really have this full situational awareness, common operational picture system that allows you to communicate with people, manage all your sensors, your systems, all your assets, all your regulations, incidents in real time. There's a lot of other modules here that you can see for your routine actions, CRM, calendar and project management, shifts, training, and a lot of other things here in this system. It's an award-winning system. We won the best smart city system in the world by Frost & Sullivan, and the best integrated system, command and control, as well for 2020. I'll be happy if anyone's interested to give you more information about it. So my name is Danny Nahmoudi from Octopus Systems. Thank you for listening about this short introduction about our solutions and about the company. If you're interested in anything more, please contact me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. Obviously, for your surname, I used the Scottish pronunciation, Nachmuli, rather than the Israeli one there. I think what we hear and see is how these technologies are part of a wider solution, how we now have to have smart cities which are there to protect citizens and bring communities together, working with police services, working with the communities to ensure that there's a seamless link between those different forms of protection. We're not helpless in the face of the various forms of crime and attacks that we see. I think what I see as the next steps is how we're connecting these forms of protection to the other huge and important step, which is around support. How are we ensuring that with the use of these technologies, we also make sure that victims receive the psychological first aid that they need, that they're connected to the support services that they're entitled to, so that despite experiencing those kinds of crimes, there are support mechanisms in place that help them to recover. Those are the next steps. We in Victim Support Europe are running our own projects. We have a project called CREST, where we are trying to develop materials that make sure that victims or people, citizens, know what to do in the event of any kind of terrorist attack, know how to respond, but also know ways to be as resilient as possible. And those materials we hope will be coming out next year. But these are all connected together, and we're very much lucky to work with the likes of the International Network for Victims of Terrorism, with the Leadership in Counterterrorism alumni, to bring police services, communities and victim support together. So now we can move on to this other aspect of technologies, which is really moving into the support focus. So I have the great honor now to introduce Charlie Pearman. Charlie is currently the CEO at Virtual Bodyworks, which is a spin-off from the University of Barcelona and Hospital Clinic in Barcelona. And Charlie joined the founding team, having worked for several years in technology M&A in London, where he raised capital totaling an amazing €1 billion. Charlie, please teach me how. For startups and growth businesses through IPOs and capital raises. And since joining Virtual Bodyworks, he has implemented the world's first neurohabilitation tool based on the advanced virtual reality concept of embodiment. And that's been done in Madrid's leading neurohabilitation hospital, Hospital Los Madroños. And Charlie's background is in economics, and he has a master's degree from Trinity College in London, and also holds an MBA from IESE Business School in Barcelona. Charlie, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Charlie Pearman, and I'm here today to do three things. Firstly, to tell you a little bit about a scientific breakthrough in the field of virtual reality. Secondly, to give you three examples of how this technology is affecting people's lives. And thirdly, to ask you to think about how you would use this unique science, perhaps in your day-to-day jobs, or perhaps to make our society a little bit better. So what is it? In 1998, scientists conducted the rubber hand experiment. They demonstrated that our brains can be tricked into thinking our rubber hand was our real hand. How? They sat people down at a table, placed a rubber hand alongside the real hand, but hid the real hand behind a barrier. They stroked the rubber hand and real hand at the same time. After a while, an illusion is created in the brain. We feel the stroking and we see the stroking of the rubber hand at the same time. When the scientists then threaten the rubber hand by jamming a fork in it or setting it on fire, the participant would scream and pull their hand away. Mel Slater, our founder, used this principle and extended it to virtual reality. This is the science I want to talk about. It's called embodiment, the feeling that our whole virtual body is our real body. So why is this significant? Well, it means we can change our virtual bodies, which can affect real physiological or behavioral changes. Take racial bias as an example. We all have implicit biases. They are systemic and formed during our upbringing. They determine which strangers we feel comfortable sitting next to on buses. They also cause discrimination and prejudices and things that cause huge problems in society. This needs to be addressed, but how? Through classroom sessions, through e-learning, through role plays with actors. These can make us more aware, but they don't address our implicit bias, our unconscious reactions to people who don't look like us. With virtual embodiment, we can put ourselves in the body of someone from a different race, and we can create the illusion that this is our real body. So, at the University of Barcelona, we did this with 90 white people, placed them in black avatars, and they underwent a virtual Tai Chi course. We used implicit association tests and found that this reduced their implicit racial bias. We tested this 1 week after the VR and saw the same reduction in implicit bias. Before asking you to think about ways which embodiment can be used to benefit society, I want to give you 2 more use cases based off our published research that demonstrates how powerful this tool is. The first one is the one we did with stroke victims. Now, stroke recovery is a complex process and is determined by the neuroplasticity in our brains. Immediately after a stroke, our damaged brain is relatively flexible and capable of recovery. We talk about brain plasticity. This is the brain's ability to change and adapt and reform connections that allow for verbal, cognitive and physical recovery. In the first 6 months following a stroke, the brain is high in plasticity, and this is where most of the recovery takes place. After a year, the brain is hardened, which makes any further recovery quite difficult. We tested embodiment on patients 3 years after their strokes. So for 5 weeks, they put on the VR headsets in place of their real bodies, experience being in bodies that function perfectly. And after the trial period, each participant showed significant improvements across a wide range of tests, including motor functioning, strength, and spasticity. One patient went from not being able to use their hand to being able to hold a glass of water and drink. A few years ago, we discovered that perpetrators of domestic abuse typically had less empathy than normal people. Specifically, they are less able to judge emotion in photos of female faces. We used embodiment to place perpetrators in domestic abuse in female bodies and let them experience what it feels to be in a vulnerable or threatening situation at home. After the study, their emotion recognition increased. We also tracked the reoffending rate of those who used the VR versus other offenders in the control group. The results of the study were published in Nature, and we have since been contracted by the government in Catalonia to rehabilitate 600 perpetrators a year outside the prison system. Last month, we also installed this application in 4 more prisons, bringing the total to 6. We want to install in all major European justice systems in the next 5 years. Our final application is based on Solomon's paradox, that we reason more sensibly about someone else's problems than our own. When a friend has an issue, it's easy to know what they should do and give advice. When it's our own issue, we go round and round in circles, falling into similar traps, not taking good decisions. So what if you could leave your body and interact with yourself as if interacting with a friend? We created an application that allows you to do it, ran some scientific studies on it, and have since been using it in projects with Google and the World Bank. We now want to give it to people who can really benefit from it, and I think this audience can help reach these types of people. I'll finish by showing you a short conversation I had last week to help you get the idea. Thank you very much.
Hey, I've got this issue in that I need to give a talk on virtual embodiment and on self-conversation, but I'm struggling to think about how I can demonstrate it.
Well, what's complicated about it?
Well, it's relatively easy to describe, but the difficulty is explaining what it feels like to actually be here, to move as I move, and to have my virtual body, look like me, but also have the chance to leave my virtual body and look at myself from perspective.
Well, why don't you just show them this conversation?
That is a fantastic idea.
See you later.
Thank you to Charlie for that fascinating presentation. I think when I see the opportunities and the possibilities of virtual reality, it seems it's limitless, and we just need to think of the ways only that we can use it. And certainly much of what we're talking about within the victims world is around trust, understanding, and empathy. and understanding the situation of victims, what they're going through, what they need, how we need to communicate, as you heard from Federico earlier. And I think when we talk about trying to make changes in our justice systems, in our police systems, it requires empathy, that cultural change which gets people to accept to use protection measures for victims, or accepts that helping victims is part of their jobs, requires empathy, and these kinds of tools can be part of that solution. And imagine if police officers truly understand what it's like when a victim of rape comes forward and explains their situation and doesn't want to have to repeat that several times, for example. I think we'll have people being much more ready to work in a high quality, empathetic way as a result. So thank you to Charlie. I know that we'll be working much more together on these issues. So we will also, by the way, be hearing from Dr. Rizzo a little bit later to see a different use of virtual reality there as well. So many different possibilities. Now let's move on to our next session, which is on gaming and other educational technology tools for social change. And we're very lucky to move from Barcelona over to, I think it's, where are we going to next? We're going across the country in Spain to meet Gigi Guizo, who's representing the HIT project. And Gigi is the Director of European Projects at the CEPS Proyectos Social in Barcelona in Spain. With a background in contemporary art and cultural memory, she now designs and manages projects concerned with social and cultural issues and specializes in a range of different subjects, including intersectionality, LGBTQI+, equality, and digital discrimination. And she's the co-author of Lost in Translation, comparative and international work on gender-related violence. Gigi is going to showcase the Hate Interrupter Team's creative tool, which is an application aimed at professionals working with young people in education contexts. Gigi, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Gigi Guizo. I work at CEPS Proyectos Socials in Barcelona, and we're very happy to be invited today at the Victim Support Europe Conference 2020. I'm presenting the Hate Interrupter Team's creative tool. It's a free downloadable app aimed at professionals working with young people in educational contexts. The app helps young people create social media content to raise awareness and combat hate speech and behavior. The intention is to empower young people to counteract discrimination through creative online actions. The HIT creative tool functionalities allow the design of posters, cards, and storyboards by using thematic backgrounds, stickers, bubbles, emojis, hashtags, and photos from a gallery. These designs can be saved and shared on social media. The HIT app allows young people to generate content based on storytelling and social marketing principles. It can be used in formal and non-formal educational settings, and the designs can be widely disseminated. It stimulates young people to take action against injustice and to promote human rights. The app has been developed by Frederick University in Cyprus in the frame of the HIT project, with the collaboration of 9 partners from 7 EU countries. This 2-year project is led by Hope for Children Policy Centre Cyprus and is co-funded by the Rights, Equality and Citizenship Programme of the European Union. The objective of this project is to contribute to a better understanding of hate against people who have migrated and other groups among children and young people, while offering tools to tackle these issues. From the start, it was clear that social media was key to engage young people. Since 2018, partner organizations have been implementing the activities of the HIT project in schools and after-school clubs, with young people 15 to 21-year-old. As a result, countless images, postcards, storyboards, videos have been created by young hate interrupter teams across Europe. One of the aims of the project was to encourage young people to create teams to interrupt hate. The idea was to help young people reflect about group dynamics and how to use them for positive ends. One of the activities co-developed with youth is a card game based on storyboards. These were written by young people explaining their experiences of hate. However, the storyboard template requires finding a solution and a happy end together with a team. Young people have designed storyboards on paper and with the app and produced around 20 videos so far. We share here one with you, filmed by teenagers in Barcelona, about how the HIT project could impact in a school. The app can be used together with the HIT curriculum and educational resources, or as it is. We are now in the phase of launching an EU-wide social media campaign where we are going to share all this amazing material created by young people from 7 EU countries. Thank you for watching our presentation today, and please download the app from the website hitproject.eu and join our campaign on social media with the hashtag HitProject. Thanks, bye!
Thank you, Gigi. I think that's a really good lesson for us all, and not just about the importance of finding different ways of educating our youth and helping them learn. It's not necessary anymore to just speak at kids. We can help them learn in many different ways, but I think as equally important is really recognizing the power of youth to achieve change, to understand how important these kinds of issues are and to be part of the solution. I've seen across many different projects how young people are actively engaged on social media, creating projects to counter radicalization, to speak out for equality and to speak up for victims. And these kinds of projects really demonstrate how we can work with young people to find new and innovative solutions. So we're going to continue on that theme now with a wonderful presentation by Eduardo Mateo Santa Maria, who's also focused on the education perspective. And Eduardo is from the Fernando Buesa Foundation. He's currently project and communication manager at the foundation. And in 2017, he obtained the Seven Prize for Victimological Investigation, the Antonio Beristan, for the research work on the contribution of associations and foundations for the visibility of victims of terrorism in Spain. And he's going to present the work that they do in the field of education and values. And the organization has produced a video game called Concordia, which is focused on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Eduardo, the floor is yours.
morning from the Basque Country in Spain. Thank you very much to Victims Support Europe for this invitation to explain at your annual conference our project on Concordia Bloggers, a video game as a tool to delegitimize terrorism. I am Eduardo Mateo, Project and Communication Manager at Fernando Buesa Foundation. Let me share with you my little presentation. Fernando Buesa was a politician assassinated by ETA in 2000, and after that, their family and some friends decided to create a foundation in his memory. Our goal is keeping alive his example of supporting the culture of peace, democracy, and social progress, but above all, the delegitimization of terrorism. To achieve this objective, we believe that education in values is a very useful instrument. Defense and promotion of human rights as a basis for a future in coexistence and respect. We use video games as a very powerful tool to work on this issue. This series of video games, Concordia Bloggers, appeared in 2014. There are 6 chapters through which young people discover the content of the human rights articles and thus incorporate this knowledge into their personal experience. There are different topics: freedom of religion, stop discrimination, caste, romance, right of asylum, or horror on the net. Its Concordia Bloggers game suggests some ideas and possible situations in real life, and young people should apply their critical spirit and turn it around according to their own conditions. You can play in computer, tablet, or mobile devices, and is available in English, Spanish, and Basque. Our last video game is called I Survived Terrorism. This video game is based in the testimony of a young boy called Iker, who has suffered terrorism, and his experience of life is the way to demonstrate that violence only generates pain. Terrorist violence is not delegitimized in many sectors in the Basque Country, especially among young people. The attitudes that are the seeds of violence are still present. They persist nowadays, and it is necessary to react. The delegitimization of terrorism is necessary in the Basque society. For our foundation, learn from the past so that it does not happen again is the most important thing today. Dialogue is the best tool to resolve conflicts. The video game is indicated for young people between 12 and 15 years old. After playing with the video game, the aim is let the subject be discussed in class and with friends or families. In our society, sometimes it is a taboo, and the video game can help to break that trend. A very important objective is that through the promotion of fundamental values, it contributes effectively to the prevention of the use of violence, helping social cohesion in a country where violence has been instilled for more than 50 years. We have some feedbacks about this video game. Some teachers have expressed their surprise at being an innovative and more effective way of reaching students in these very difficult topics. Also, some parents have shown their satisfaction with this tool because it is more attractive than other classic tools. And finally, and speaking with the end users, the young people, it seems to them that it is something very different and that it attracts them more than books or documentaries. Thank you very much for your attention and keep enjoying this interesting conference.
Thank you, Eduardo. I think you've really touched on a critical issue for all of us, which is around values. It's around respect towards each other and how we can help young people and adults alike really to learn and understand what the experiences of others and be able to talk in a respectful way and to understand where there are those differences and that violence isn't the route to answering those differences as well. So this is all part of what we see as a push towards what we call education for justice. It's really about bringing into schools and to our young people an understanding of the way that we can be better as citizens and individuals, how we can be supportive of each other and how we can stand up for each other as well. So there are many different ways we can do that, but we have to do it in innovative, exciting and engaging ways. And when we get young people excited about those issues, then I think we're guaranteed that they will do the rest for themselves. So let's now come back one step to what I talked about earlier, which was virtual reality. We have an extremely exciting presentation about how virtual reality can be used for the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. So we're moving from Europe, we're moving right across the Atlantic to California. And I'm very happy and delighted to welcome Dr. Albert Skip Rizzo, who is the Associate Director for Medical Virtual Reality at the USC Institute for Creative Technologies. And in 2010, he received the American Psychological Association Award for Outstanding Contribution to the Practice of Trauma Psychology. In 2012, for the Medicine Meets Virtual Reality Satava Award for Excellence in the Use of VR for Therapeutic Applications. In 2015, he received the Society for Brain Mapping and Therapeutics Pioneer in Medicine Award, which is presented to individuals who have significantly contributed to the scientific advancement in the fields of medicine through a multidisciplinary approach. Dr. Rizzo, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our special session on mental health care during and following the COVID-19 crisis. And I hope that we have a lively and interesting session, and I look forward to being able to do this in person next year. So my lead-off presentation today will be a discussion of clinical virtual reality, our work treating PTSD, going from combat to COVID-19. So a lot of the work I'll present today is from the University of Southern California Institute for Creative Technology at our lab, MedVR Lab, where, as you may know, we've been working over the last 25 years to develop VR applications to address psychological, cognitive, and motor functioning, as well as the development of virtual human agents, all in a clinical context. So these are just a few videos of the different types of applications we've developed over the years. And there are a number of ways that we can retool some of these applications to promote things that may be helpful for enhancing mental health during and after the COVID crisis. Now, just as a quick refresher, we all know VR in the clinical area is best represented from the concept of simulation technology. So just as an aircraft simulator would serve to test and train piloting ability, we can test, train, teach, and treat human functioning across a range of areas and maybe leverage that for mental health and rehabilitation. In some sense, you can say this is the ultimate Skinner box. Now, over the years, since 1994, when VR got its clinical traction initially in the research with specific phobias, this is a short list of the areas where VR has really made an impact over the years and has delivered scientific results validating its usefulness as a clinical tool. When we think about why we use VR, there's a number of detailed reasons, but you can generally summarize them into the idea of expose, distract, motivate, measure, and engage. We can deliver exposure therapy for anxiety disorders and PTSD. We can distract people from painful medical procedures. We can motivate people to do things in rehab or other clinical areas that they might not ordinarily do. We can measure their performance quite precisely, and we can engage users in the treatment process in ways that go beyond traditional methods. Today, we'll start off with talking about expose or exposure therapy. Now, this is a basic behavioral clinical approach that relies on extinction learning, the idea of exposing people that say have phobias to graduated presentations that are progressively more provocative over time. And by doing that repeatedly, you see fear and anxiety reduce because they're doing it in a safe place. So basic meat and potatoes, conditioning and learning. We've seen a number of these areas emerge over the years: fear of public speaking, fear of heights, fear of crowds, agoraphobia, fear of flying, and so forth. And these are just some examples of a number of applications that are out today that make this form of treatment not only scientifically validated, but quite accessible to clinicians. So with that little intro, let me just mention some of the science really quick. We did a meta-analysis in 2008, and another group from the Netherlands also did one, documenting the value of VR as a tool to deliver exposure therapy. In 2012, this group also advanced that meta-analysis and showed continuing evidence for the value of this approach in 2015. Similarly, a group in the Netherlands, a highly respected group, continued in this work, and more recently in 2019, Journal of Anxiety Disorders published a special issue with a lot of papers on this area, documenting its value, most notably with this meta-analysis, looking at the research today, and basically coming with the conclusion that the results indicated that virtual reality exposure therapy is an effective and equal medium for exposure therapy. Now, taking that same approach and going beyond simple phobias to post-traumatic stress disorder, we got started in our work around 2003, developing systems for treating combat-related post-traumatic stress with the same approach: help a person to confront and reprocess difficult emotional memories in a safe place and get them to talk about their experience rather than avoid it. Now, translating that work to COVID is really the theme of this talk, but I'd like to start off with a little video clip that describes our combat-related work.
I literally had not talked about that scenario for 10 plus years. Never thought about it. I avoided thinking about it. This time as we go through, we have a civilian population to worry about, and it's kind of hard for us because we have to judge between the civilian and military. Some of the things that I saw and some things I did just stuck with me.
Retired U.S. Marine Chris Merkel is about to return to war. A decade on from 3 tours in Iraq and 4 in Afghanistan, this time his frontline is a virtual battlefield.
You start to feel like you're there, and then you see, like where I physically saw Iraq, how I remember. In my mind, I could see that guy getting ready to shoot at us, and it's so intense.
This is BraveMind, a virtual reality exposure therapy program designed by psychologist Albert Rizzo to treat various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder.
How traumatic is it for a patient to face these painful memories head on, to relive them through BraveMind?
When you tell people about it initially, they say, why would you make somebody go back and confront these horrific experiences that they had? Well, we do it because the science shows that this is an effective approach, that helping a person to confront and reprocess difficult emotional memories, but in a safe place, getting them to talk about things they haven't talked to anybody about, that is the path to healing.
Merkel says his time in service left him in a constant state of hypervigilance, leading to bouts of anger, depression, and insomnia.
People return, they're not a whole person when they return. It's not like a movie, it's not instantaneous, it's not glorious, it's very violent, it's very visceral.
And when traditional therapy failed to help his PTSD, he turned to the VR program to face the very memories he had been avoiding for years.
Contact front ID, left side.
If you activate this fear, this traumatic memory, but nothing bad happens, you're in a safe place with a supportive clinician, eventually that fear or anxiety extinguishes or habituates.
In his lab at the University of Southern California's Institute of Creative Technologies, Rizzo's team has developed 14 combat scenarios, building in the sights, sounds, vibrations, and even the smells of war.
The clinician has a control panel where they can adjust the lighting, the time of day, the number of people, where a bomb goes off, if a plane is flying over. So you can customize the experience moment by moment in real time for helping the person to go back to something that's relevant for them.
The BraveMind team hopes its tech can be used to treat many other instances of PTSD, not only that of returning soldiers, but those suffering trauma from other walks of life.
Certainly, we're going to be facing a wave of mental health challenges, specifically with healthcare providers on the front lines of COVID.
So with that said, just a quick review of some of the research in the combat area. One of our early clinical trials showing progressive improvements over time with treatment that were maintained at follow-up. This is a closer look at that data. 16 no longer met PTS criteria at the end of treatment. 4 did not benefit in this initial trial. More recently, large-scale intensive trials have been done. This work with Deborah Bidell shows an intensive 3-week program combined with trauma management therapy led to quite good outcomes. We published a couple of randomized controlled trials that have similarly shown impact at post-treatment. And in this trial, which is under review, actually, this paper has been accepted, but the actual trial is suggesting that VR may have a unique property for treating people with comorbid depression as well as PTSD that surpasses the traditional form of imaginal exposure therapy. Also, this was a study that was done looking at suicidal ideation across both forms of treatment, showing that suicidal ideation was reduced following a course of treatment. Now, we expanded this work initially to military sexual trauma, and we thought we'd have an easy go of it, modify our combat worlds with barracks and so forth, but we found out from people we interviewed that had gone through this that a lot of sexual trauma in the military has occurred in civilian locations, stateside, around bases and on bases and so on. So we had to build out a lot of civilian content. In this video, you see a perpetrator that may follow you around or appear at certain junctures in your exposure. We're not recreating sexual traumas in the simulation. We're creating the context in which they occur to help a patient to be able to talk about, confront, and reprocess difficult emotional memories. Our first safety and feasibility trial to make sure that we were not actually putting anyone in harm's way. We documented no critical incidents, and as well, we showed positive clinical results with a very small sample. So this work needs to be expanded for the military, and it's now shovel ready for civilian sexual trauma. Now, one of the key things is we can talk about efficacy all day, but getting people into treatment is key. And in our last randomized controlled trial, when people were told they would be randomized to traditional imaginal exposure versus VR, but if they had a choice, what would they pick? Nearly 77% across the trial would have chosen virtual reality. So we may have a tool here for breaking down barriers to care, which brings us to the final part of this talk, and that is the idea that, you know, taking everything we've learned and leveraging the research and development from the combat and military sexual trauma world, there's plenty of trauma in the world. And one of our targets initially has been working with police and first responders. So this is a project with New York City Police that's in progress, and one that we have in, oh, my screen seems to be freezing here. Here we go. This is one from Los Angeles Police for a de-escalation trial, which is ongoing and should be completed by December. Suicide, we know that doctors pre-COVID have higher suicide rates prior to the COVID experience. If you look at nurse suicide rates in a large study looking at archival data, you see almost 1.5 to 2 times the suicide rate for nurses, with females being more at risk. Another pre-COVID study showed 1.5 to 2 times the suicide rate of physicians and other at-risk professionals. So we know we've got a significant challenge. If you look at the early data from China, this is a study that came out in March with frontline healthcare providers showing elevated depression, anxiety, insomnia, and distress in that clinical population. And of 714 COVID survivors that were given the PCL, the PTSD checklist, upon leaving the hospital, 96% scored in the PTSD range. That doesn't mean they have PTSD, but it means they're in distress. You don't diagnose PTSD until a few months down the road if the symptoms don't remit. Suicide rate since the start of COVID in the military has gone up by as much as 20%, with the Army at a 30% spike so far. And in de-identified data from blood samples of people getting evaluated for COVID, we saw, or we didn't, but the study reported 35% increase in non-prescribed fentanyl and 44% for heroin during the pandemic. So we've got a real challenge on our hand as we enter the 4th wave of COVID. We're in the 3rd wave now, but the 4th wave is the residual mental health impact. And so our work thus far has focused on developing a survey that's available online now to begin the surveillance process to understand what we're facing, and leveraging what we've already developed for the military for civilian purposes and for the military, of course, with what we call a cross-platform wellness approach, a combination of online, mobile, and VR headset delivered treatments. Let me show you a little bit about what that looks like.
I was created to talk to people in a safe and secure environment. I'm not a therapist, but I'm here to learn about people and would love to learn about you. I'll ask a few questions to get us started. And please feel free to tell me anything. Your answers are totally confidential. Are you okay with this?
So that's an online approach to looking at caregiver and care professional burnout and providing self-help tools with a virtual agent. We've also done a small project, a prototype with the Army, to take an already existing manual for health and wellness and put it into a mobile app with a virtual human concierge. And I'll show you a few clips of how that works. It's a daily check-in for 3 minutes each day, although the user can choose to spend more time.
Welcome back. Let's get this daily check-in started. How are you feeling right now? Great, thanks. Next, let's record your daily reflection. I'd really like to hear about your day. Can you tell me 3 things that went well for you today and what you think might have caused these good things to happen? Being a service member can be stressful.
This is another
When you
clip.
feel stress, your breathing becomes fast and shallow, and your muscles tense up. This increases your heart rate, blood pressure, and muscle tension. And now your body isn't getting the amount or the type of fuel it needs for optimal responsiveness and health. That's why relaxation and breathing exercises are a game changer. They're simple actions that go a long way to reduce blood pressure and mental tension. One of the best is tactical breathing, a 4-count method of breathing that helps you relax and focus, just like on the right. Looks like you got it. Now you can try it on your own. Which environment do you find the most relaxing? Being surrounded by all of these trees is really peaceful. The mountains are very calming. I love the sound of the ocean. I can stay and breathe with you, or I can give you some privacy. What do you prefer?
So
nice work today. Hit next to see your score report. Good job. You're getting there. You met your exercise goal, but you fell short of your step goal.
So in that application, we can also track Fitbit or Apple Watches and use that information to provide it to the user, and do this on a daily basis with the user. A civilian version of this is in the offing. We think that this might be really helpful. Finally, direct treatment with exposure therapy. This is from our virtual Bagram Air Force Base scenario, but we plan to expand that out for civilian healthcare providers, as well as delivering with new advanced standalone headsets that don't require a computer, various software programs in VR that help with mindfulness and meditation.
Welcome to Magic Horizons. Breathe and relax. You are here in a safe location, enjoying a wonderful relaxation experience. Now, please pay attention to your breathing.
So you get the idea with that. To conclude, we know we have a challenge on our hand. These are some of the areas that we believe VR is going to be instrumental in addressing the problems of COVID in the fourth wave with the mental health residual. So with that, thank you for your time and attention, and I invite you to stick around to the next group of talks that will be forthcoming. Thank you very much, and see you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rizzo. I think that was a fascinating presentation, not just about virtual reality, but also seeing other multiple forms of help that can be expanded from one area into the victim's world. And really, it's about bringing together these modern concepts of mental health, well-being, and support, and helping people understand how they can help themselves and develop that resilience, but also using new modeling such as gamification to help people establish habits. These are all parts of the methods that we need to use now to help people help themselves, but also make sure that the support systems are there to work with them. So thank you for that presentation. Dr. Rizzo will also be available and presenting in our side session, which is side session E this afternoon, where we can learn a lot more, and he'll be presenting with two other experts in the field. So now we move to our last presentation before we go on to our questions and answers. We're very much lucky to move over from the USA to South Korea, where we will hear from Mr. Young-woo Lee and Mr. Young-suk Oh. Mr. Lee is actually a long-time supporter, friend of VSE, and to me personally, he heads the Korean Crime Victim Assistance Association, and he's also president of our sister organization, Victim Support Asia. He's been driving change for victims across Korea and across Asia for many years now. He's a highly committed individual, and he works together with many partners across the Asian continent. We also have Mr. Young-suk Oh, who is a senior inspector of the Korean National Police Agency Victim Protection Division, and he will be introducing the technologies that they have, safety watches, which are given to women in high risk, who are at high risk of domestic violence. So dear colleagues, the floor is yours. Thank you.
안녕하십니까. VSA 회장 이용우입니다. VSA 좌우 회장을 비롯한 모든 회원의 건강과 행운을 기원합니다. 2020년 VSA 정상 컨퍼런스도 축하드립니다. 코비드-19로 모두 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 피해자 역시 정신적, 경제적, 신체적으로 많은 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 특히 아동 여성 성착취물 영상물의 피해자가 증가하고 있습니다. 어려움을 겪고 있는 아시아 피해자라고 해요. VSE의 많은 지원과 협조 부탁드립니다. 이어지는 발표는 한국경찰청으로부터 강력 범죄 피해자의 신변보호에 대한 전자 시스템에 대하여 발표가 있겠습니다. 피해자 지원에 좋은 사례가 되었으면 합니다.
Good afternoon. I'm Senior Inspector Oh Yong-seo. I coordinate victim protection policies at the Victim Protection Division in the Korean National Police Agency. Today, it is with honor to introduce to you our victim protection policy. Among them, I will be talking specifically about the employment of the smartwatch technology for victims' personal safety. All images of victim protection smartwatch in this presentation is a formal version of it. Please understand that we cannot expose current version due to security concerns. Often, in cases of domestic violence, date violence, and sex crime, victims are acquainted to their offenders prior to the offense or are known to the offenders by other means. Consequently, victims fear reprisals from offenders even after reporting their case to the police. In order to bring relief, an ideal victim protection policy would provide 24-hour protection. However, due to constraints in human and budgetary resources, it is virtually impossible to provide such protection to all victims. In order to surmount this limitation, the Korean National Police Agency has implemented the Victim Protection Smartwatch. The Victim Protection Smartwatch appears the same as those made for general consumers, thereby enabling users to wear the device without worrying about attracting attention. Also, it enables victims to report emergencies without being detected by the offenders. Smartwatches are provided to the victims with high risk of reprisals from their offenders in domestic violence, date violence, and sex crime. A victim may request the investigator in charge of his or her case for comprehensive victim protection, which includes the provision of a smartwatch. In 2020, the Korean National Police Agency provided protection for 11,343 victims. Among them, 5,303 victims, which is 47% of all cases that year, were issued smartwatches. About 1,800 sex crime victims were issued a smartwatch, which is the highest among the crime types. This figure is followed by 999 domestic violence victims and 934 blackmail victims. By sex, 90% of all victims were female. In order for a victim to receive a victim protection smartwatch, he or she is required to submit a request form and a written consent for the provision of personal information. The request is then referred to the Victim Protection Review Board in respective police station, whose role is to assess the risk of reprisal and the need for victim protection measures. Once the review boards resolve to prescribe protective measures, the victim's personal information is entered into the situation control system in the police station. Then, a victim protection smartwatch is issued to the victim. In 99% of cases, requests for victim protections are accommodated. In most cases, protective measures are completed within a day. The main function of a smartwatch are twofold. First, it allows the victim to alert the police in emergencies. Second, it identifies the real-time location of the victim. Should the victim be endangered by the offender, the victim may press the alarm button for 3 seconds to send an alert to the police. Then, an alert will appear in the situation control system at the police station, along with other related victim information. The system tracks the victim's real-time location and his or her movement. The case investigator is also kept in the loop using the smartphone application, which sends an alert and victim location in emergencies. The victim location is derived from the most readily available and accurate data selected among GPS, Wi-Fi, and cell tower information. Wi-Fi access data is the most frequently used data, which can be verified within about 5 seconds with a distant error margin of 20 meters. Once the police receives an alert from a victim, the duty officer in the situation control room can also call the victim on his or her smartwatch. Should the duty officer determine that the victim is unable to answer his or her phone due to offender presence, the duty officer can force a phone call connection in order to check for any audio leads on the victim's status. To any emergency from a victim, we attach highest emergency response priority, or code 0, which requires our first response elements to make presence on the scene within 5 minutes. In 2020, the police made 995 on-scene presence as a result of victim protection alerts. In 86 of those instances, offenders were apprehended on the scene. In May 2020, one such instance arose while placing a victim under protection from an ex-lover who illegally filming raping the victim. The offender banged on the door of the victim's residence, threatening to kill the victim. The victim activated the alert function of the smartwatch, followed by a police response in 5 minutes and the apprehension of the offender. In June 2020, a domestic violence offender who threatened his wife to kill her while he was intoxicated with drugs was captured after a rapid police response which took 3 minutes. Victim protection lasts for about 2 to 3 months and can be extended upon victim's request. In case it is determined that circumstances no longer require victim protection, for instance, when the offender is arrested, protective measures are terminated and the smartwatch is returned to the police. Given the increase in public interest in Korea, the demand for victim protection is rapidly growing. As a result, the Korean National Police plans to increase its inventory of smartwatches from 2,300 in 2020 to 3,000 by 2021. This concludes my presentation on victim protection smartwatch. For any inquiries, please send me an email at the address shown on the screen. I will be sure to provide you with detailed reply. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to Mr. Youngwoo Lee and to Mr. Yongsuk Go. And I think really we have a strong relationship with the Korean police, and we've benefited from learning about the work that they do, and they came over to Belgium and have also benefited from learning about what the police services do in Belgium, as well as victim support services. I think it's essential that we keep joining together to hear about these different practices from different parts of the world and see all the innovative ways that we can help victims. I think this is really, this smartwatch is a reflection on how the police in different countries around the world are now embedding victim support into their work, that they truly see that helping victims is a part of their job and not just catching the criminals. And I know that the watch is one technological reflection of a wider range of services that are available within the police for victims in Korea. So thank you very much for that excellent presentation. We're running slightly behind, but we're wrapping up the session now, and we're very lucky to have a number of the presenters with us, and we'll be able to field some questions. We have Mrs. Katarzyna Janicka-Pawlowska, we have Thomas Botterman, I understand, Charlie Pearman, Gigi Guizot, and Dan Klein, who are all available. And I think maybe if I've missed any other speakers, they will also be available. And we've been taking questions that have been coming in from different points. We're live on YouTube and Facebook, as well as chat messages. If there are other questions, please feel free to ask them as well. Maybe I can just start with Kasia from the European Commission. The Commission has made lots of commitments happily through the victim strategy, through the victims' rights platforms. What do you think are some of the most important connections between what you're committed to do, data protection, protection measures, helplines, and how those connect with some of the new technologies? Do you see how the European Commission may be supporting the development of these technologies? You're still on mute, just in case. Charlie, could you just unmute Kasia? There we go. You're unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you so much, Charlie. So, yes, thank you for this question. Indeed, the European Commission thinks very, very ambitiously about moving into digital era. It's all about Europe in digital era. Today I spoke about victims' rights in a digital era. We have seen very many inspiring, fascinating examples of how new technologies can help victims in accessing justice, in the healing process, in prevention of crime. So there is definitely a lot to be inspired and to promote. And of course, the Commission would like to promote all this kind of activities, and we'll have a specific channel of a policy, the e-justice policy. This is one way, but of course another channel of promoting this is via victims' rights policy. And in this area, the European Commission has some funding available, and these are mostly the so-called rights and equality and the citizenship projects and the justice program. And we have seen that even many of the presentations today, many of the projects that we have seen today, they were developed thanks to the funding of the European Commission. So the good news is that under the victims' rights strategy, we are keeping. We have announced it there. We are keeping all this funding possibilities under the new multi-annual financial framework for 2021-2027. The Commission has proposed to continue with these funding possibilities so they can contribute to correct implementation of the EU rules on victims' rights. So the victim support organizations really can take it on and build. In addition, under the new multi-annual financial framework, the Commission will promote the integration of victims' rights measures in EU funding programs for policies such as security, health, education, technologies. And just to give you an example, today I spoke about hotlines and helplines for child victims of sexual abuse, and this, for instance, are developed under Connecting Europe facility. So this is a different project. So having said all that, I must stress still there is one caveat that all this depends on the adoption of new multi-annual financial framework for 2021-2027. As you know, this has not been decided yet, and there are some intense negotiations going on right now on this very topic in the Council among the member states. So this is it. So I can just tell you that if the new multi-annual financial framework will be adopted, the Commission will also look for a possibility of mainstreaming victims' rights into other areas, so that also other fundings, not only the Justice and Rec program, will be available for to support and protect victims, including via new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kasia. I know that the EU funding is really a lifeline for many of us, and it's really good to hear that there will be this mainstreaming into the many different funding programs. I really hope that we see victims in those priorities, in particular on research and innovation, maybe within Horizon Europe or also within EU for Health, because this support is a bridge between justice and health services. Maybe I'll just ask a general question for those who are present. Really, it's about what you see are the main challenges for you in terms of spreading these technologies and implementing them, but also making sure that they are available across other regions. Are there ways you think that we can help to establish these technologies in other regions, other countries? Would anyone like to answer that question? No. Dan, I see your hand. Thank you. You're just on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can tell you, first of all, thanks a lot for organizing such a great conference. It was very, very interesting, and I learned so much today during this conference, and I would like to thank all the other participants. It was very interesting. So regarding your question, I can only speak from my side. You know, regarding our application, we faced a challenge. It's a very challenging to give this application just to one community, let's say a Jewish community, you know, to go to individuals and promote this application and make sure that that they have it on their phones. So it's very challenging. So at this, what we decided to do to make it available for more people, it's you know, because of the threat is evolving. Nowadays, you can see, unfortunately, that places of worship are also targeted in Europe. Not only in Europe, you had Christchurch, and you know, but for our side, the Jewish people are facing attacks in places of worship since a long time. So what we've decided to do, because we understood that it's very, very challenging to the application to everybody, is that we came with a tablet, an emergency tablet that it's exactly like the application. It's so it's connected to the security of the community and at the same time to the police. So when somebody presses the panic button, it sends an alert to the community security, and at the same time it calls 112. So it alerts the police. So we are now implementing these tablets in our synagogues, in our schools, in our centers, in the kosher shops. But we have the will, and we would like to share this knowledge with other communities, because unfortunately we can see that now it's not only the Jewish places of worship that are targeted. We saw just a few weeks ago that there was an attack in a church in Nice, and it's not, unfortunately, it's not the first one, and not will be the last one. So now we are trying to build a network to share this know-how and this technology with communities of other faith. And so, you know, because the challenge of deploying the application to each individual it seems to be rather challenging. So now we moved and we decided to equip also places of worship, but it can be also schools and centers and any institution.
Thank you, Dan. I think that's extremely important, and certainly we've seen multiple attacks here across many different religious centers. Tal, you wanted to say something? You're just on mute. Could someone unmute?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to elaborate few seconds on what Dan said, the implementation part. When you're implementing a technology like that, you don't want to hand out hardware all over. You would like as many people to use it. I can tell you that we did the state of Paraguay. It's more than 8 million users. So how do you spread such a technology for 8 million users? So part of the things that we did, but this is in national level, we connected by AML to Android and Apple. So in Android and Apple phones, you have the ability to have a distress button. So we connected in the level of Apple and Android. So if you push on that, you don't have even to take to download any app. If you push on that, that will connect to our application, and will be able to alert. So by that, you are decreasing the effort of deploying a mobile app. Another thing is when you are doing something like that, it has to be very, very secure. I can tell you that this is one of our challenges. We're meeting 9 international ISOs, information security, GDPR compliance. In the end, you have to assure privacy to the users. If they're going to use this technology, they need to know that it is not commercial. Nobody can use the data. Everything is done by the book. And this is part of the challenges of deploying such technology. But when you deploy, it helps you a lot to help victims of crime, because they have now the accessibility to get in touch, to have very quick reaction to responders, to the police forces, not just to police forces, for any kind of chance. The mobile phone enables you to do everything. You can broadcast videos, so the person that gets the event can see what's going on, can tell you what to do. And those few seconds are the difference between life and death for a victim of crime or any kind thing else. And the ability of reaction forces to be as quick and help this person, this means for us everything as a company. Just reflecting on what Dan said. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for that. I think it's really important to have these partnerships across multiple different platforms and organizations, and also across different communities. It's only through that connection that we're going to achieve it. Maybe just connecting with that, I don't know if, Eduardo, do you want to comment on the ways in which you, or how you found the response of young people to the ideas that you produced, the apps, etc. How much engagement was there? Were there things you had to do to try to really get them involved, or was it actually quite easy and we should be doing more of it?
Yes, thank you once again for your invitation. It's a very interesting conference. I think we attract first the parents and the schools, and then the young people. I think it's quite difficult to attract the young people at the very first moment. So for us, the most important thing is to contact with the schools and with the parents, with the adults, and then we will arrive to the young people, because to attract directly young people is not easy.
Gigi, did you want to add something? You're just on mute. If we could unmute. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you again for having us. It's been a really interesting morning. And I just want to take a second as well to say we're having a conference coming up on the 10th of December. So if anybody wants to join us then, that would be great as well. Yes, the young people, we reach them as well, mainly through schools or after school clubs. Because as well, the apps in themselves, and I'm sure that a lot of the colleagues who have presented on different projects, more specific for victim support and not so much on the creative or educational part that we are working on, will agree with, is that the technology has to always come with some social interaction as well. You cannot just give the technology and forget about it. So especially with the young people, what they instantly like is the technology. So it's attractive to them to have an app, something they are comfortable with, but they very much ask for and want the educational parts, the social aspects that they sometimes feel not prepared for. So if for example, in class, aspects of discrimination, racism, etc. were discussed, what the young people needed beyond creating a lovely poster with an app was an adult or another young person. We had a lot of young people involved who were a little bit older, so peer-to-peer works very well in this context, who could respond, maybe tease out more aspects that weren't automatically coming out.
So yes, I think it's very relevant to keep that in mind in this context.
Thank you for that. I think this point about having the technologies but having people supporting the use of those technologies, it's that combination which really makes them successful. Maybe I'll just quickly go over to Charlie. I see you've changed your name to your actual name now. I had two questions really about the systems you have. One is how again did you find, how difficult or easy was it to persuade perpetrators to take part in this kind of work? And have you been looking at how these technologies can be used with the police to help them also understand communities? I mean, we've seen a lot about the Black Lives Matter movement, but there's many different communities that the police are having to engage with. Is that part of what is being looked at and taken forward?
Yeah, thank you very much. So in terms of persuading the perpetrators to use the technology, our agreement was with the government in Catalonia, and so they were sort of forced to use the technology as part of their rehabilitation. So we didn't have to do much persuading. However, what I would add is that a lot of them, I mean, the vast majority really did have profound experiences and came out of it saying that they'd seen something that they hadn't seen before, or it reminded them of a time in their past. And much like Skip's presentation earlier, sometimes being reminded of past traumatic experiences that they had experienced was actually a cathartic way of overcoming them. Talking about police, we did a study in the US last year where we used embodiment. And what we tried to do was let police officers see what their behavior feels like from a different perspective. So we worked with white police officers interrogating avatars from minority background. And what they did was they first interrogated them or witnessed an interrogation, and then we put them in the bodies of the person being interrogated, so they could see everything about their movements and the things they were saying from a different perspective. And those results were really interesting because it's often the case that how we think we come across is not actually how we come across. And when you think of also with people dealing with victims, like how we think we're being compassionate might not always be how we are being compassionate. So the benefits of using like technology, in particular VR technology, in allowing people to have a different perspective on situations, I think is really valuable.
I've now done that unmuting thing. Thank you for that, Charlie. That's really fascinating. We've slightly overrun. I just had, just to take a couple more minutes of your time, I had a question for Thomas. Thomas, are you there? I don't see you on video. There we go. Hi, Thomas. I just had a question really about how the police are involved in decisions around the procurement and thinking about victims from that perspective. I'm wondering also if there are ways in which you've been engaging with the community to reassure them about the way that the systems are used to help victims and the populations and to reduce their concerns about them.
Good afternoon, Mr. Altan. Thanks to all speakers, first of all, for their interesting presentations and creative projects that have been presented all morning, actually. When we speak about police procurements, usually they don't just fall from the sky, but they come out of a needs assessment, which comes out of deep crime analysis or, for example, a random operational needs assessment that has been carried out. But of course, there's also been regular public surveys that have been carried out by police services here in Belgium. And of course, this allows us to identify certain needs that the population might have, or certain expectations that the population might have towards the police. If the operational need that is identified after these assessments, and it is connected to victims, then of course the procurement, the purchase itself will be for the benefit of the victims. Also, I have to say that these ideas don't only come out of our organization as such, but they also are inputs coming from our partners, prosecutor's office, some local NGOs, or similar organizations that are connected to our communities here. I just heard it also from previous presentations. The nature of certain crime types is shifting permanently. So it is very challenging for a police service to keep on following, to keep catching up with new types of criminality and maybe new kind of victims that are created because of this criminality. So sometimes we have to acknowledge that governments are not eager to invest in certain developments which have a high cost maybe against an unsure output. So sustainability is one of the most important things that are taken into consideration when a certain purchase is considered. So we have to say that actually technological developments, they're often changing much faster against the slow procurement procedures that might exist. And this will remain a challenge as long as this kind of procurement procedures exist. And of course they have to exist. As long as those ones are not, let's say, made more easy, this will remain an issue. But more concretely, I've been speaking before about using police drones for the benefit of victims. And I have to say that when we purchased the police drone, from the very first start, we were targeting victims of human trafficking and, of course, finding missing persons. So I would say that from the very first stage of considering the purchase, we've considered the role and the benefit of the victim in this purchase of the drone. And any other benefit besides that would, of course, be an additional win situation. Now, the procurement for the police material, especially this high-tech equipment, is undergoing a profound and transparent tender procedure. So the whole file that is prepared in general for this kind of purchases is always looking at different aspects from policing, which includes, of course, the role of the victim and the benefit that this could be for the victim. I make a small bridge to what is called here the Focus project, and that has also been presented earlier today, which is also this operational police tool. And also there, from the start, it was considered and it was acknowledged that also victims will benefit from such a tool, having a mobile device with the police officers on the field, enabling them to consult certain issues that are going on, but also to get fully informed or be fully informed about what's going on, and to avoid that there is some secondary victimization from the very first start when they start their intervention.
Thank you, Thomas. That's extremely informative. I have dozens more questions, but I think unfortunately we've run out of time. So I will wrap up the session now. I really appreciate the availability of everyone to be here, to have provided your presentations and to inform all of us of the many different technologies that are out there. And I'm sure that all of our participants have also been fascinated by what is possible. So now we come to the end of the plenary of the conference. And what we've seen is that the technologies can and are being used for the benefit of victims to meet some of their most fundamental needs, whether that's respect for treatment, protection, support, or justice. But unfortunately, these technologies are not widely and universally used. They're not accessible to all victims, nor those working with victims, as Thomas just demonstrated. And this is the fundamental challenge for our work to support victims. There are many good practices, technological or otherwise, which exist, but implementation is inconsistent. So simply put, the quality of the help that you receive as a victim is dependent on where you are. So we have to have a step change in our approach to victims' rights. We need to have solutions and actions which are the responsibility of government, civil society, and the private sector. And we need the EU and international organizations to support these innovations. We have to come together to make these good practices, common practices, available to all. So I hope that you've been inspired by these many different presentations to look into what's possible, to join with others, and to make a difference for victims who are some of the most vulnerable in our societies. Once again, I would like to extend a huge thank you to all of our presenters for their informative and interesting talks, to all of you as participants for being here, for listening, and for asking your questions. We will now close the session, and for those who are registered and who are going to be attending the side events, they're all starting at 2:30, apart from the one on side event E, which will be starting, I think, 1 hour later at 3:30. You have the information in your emails, I believe, in any case. So thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing all of you in the side events. Have a good day.
היי נינים. כן, כן. נכון.